The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it does now comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it does now comrades. Jamaican people want better.
The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it does now comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Hello, good evening. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers.
Cool.
Happy Friday to those in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate the continued support. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend. Remember, when you're coming in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. It will be greatly appreciated. And we just want to say thank you to all the new subscribers and welcome on board. And really appreciate each and every one. So I am just going to go ahead and welcome those in the chat. Tonight's topic, is Andrew Holness, Admat Revelation and Tax Evasion with your host, Byron, and Anne-Marie on technical support as usual. So Sonia Foster, happy Saturday to you over there in the UK. Miss Monica Walking Purpose, Monica Miles was there earlier. Joan Morris, John Gotti, Leighton Brown, Truck Life, Bless Up Yourself, Uriah Fuzzy, I'm Doreen Elaine Walker, Janet Jones, Don Mel, Curtly Conscious, Cynthia B, Larry Beckford, Chat Them, Sonia Ellis, Teacher P, welcome, Deborah Cohen, Dwayne Anglin, Marjorie Lloyd, Keith Salmon, Colleen Stewart, Muriel, Marva McLean, Natalie Mullins, Serene Sue, Norman Ferguson, Rosalie Ricketts, Juliette Gooden, Natalie Mullins, Sandra Jones. Bless up on yourself. Welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I am going to hand over to Baron so we can start the discussion. Freedom, bless up, welcome, right. Jacqueline Murray, Natalie Mullins, Okay, I mentioned Natalie before. Thank you for tuning in.
All right. Thank you, wifey, as usual, for that wonderful precursor there. All right. Let me say this wonderful thanks to all subscribers who are here tonight, right? TV land, right? Locally and in the diaspora, right? We are so thankful for you to come on board. Now, let me say this. Tonight is one of the nights, and particularly where I can clearly say that this is a night where, you know, Titanic hit the iceberg. We'll be getting into Admat revelation as it relates to two items that we will be looking on tonight. We'll be coming through those two items. One, illicit enrichment. Two, tax evasions. We are going to be going through those documents, right? And I will be exposing those documents, part and parcel, as it relates to Zara Burton investigation, and where we have now have an inside look into Admat itself. So we'll be touching that, right? But before we get there, of course, Major Finzi, right, will be joining us in studio within the next few minutes. Robert, Major Finzi, will be joining us, and of course, Aromatic will also join us in studio. But before we get there, we want to speak and, you know, just tell, you know, people to be ready, because the Jamaica Labour Party is out and ready, right? Technically campaigning. And so then we are not to show caution to the wind, but prepare. Now, as it relates to our preparation, right? We are going to demand, right, as it relates to good governance, right, why we should have a prime minister, right, looking over our affairs, and at the same time, questionable circumstances surrounding our prime minister as it relates to his statutory declaration. This has nothing to do with, you know, any party or being diarted. This have everything to do as it relates to good governance. Because I do believe that all of us as Jamaicans deserve good governance, right? And where that is clear, and even the Prime Minister, right, himself said in 2015 that if you make observation that your government, right, is not giving the service that the government ought to give, you have to call out the government. That came out of the Prime Minister mouth. And so that is one of the reasons why we are identifying, right, what is ultimately wrong and, you know, the service lacking as it relates to our Prime Minister, right, and members of Parliament, right? Now, today was, of course, our global diaspora meeting launch, and that happened, took place today. And so for persons who wanted to be abreast, you can go on Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares, right, and tune in, right, get some information, right, over there as well. I want to also remind, and this is, you know, for us to bring out this situation as it relates to issues with our government. And when we talk about checks and balance and transparency, right, and honesty, this is one of the reasons why we tends to gather in terms of a defense mechanism that we ought to have. And such defense mechanism, right, as it relates to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, that, you know, it still needs to be supported, right, because that is a mechanism that we are going to use as it relates to checks and balance. So I want people, right, to have an understanding the reason why, right, that need to be funded as it relates to that defense mechanism that we need to have, right? You know, creating checks and balance. And we have seen Jamaica take a wrong turn as it relates to moral order, right? We have lost our moral basis, and so on a mission as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party in damaging our social fabric. And so, of course, we are here on social media. We are going to call that out. Call a spade a spade. That's what we do. Now, as it relates to, you know, the Jamaica Labour Party, right? In their preparation, I want to show some clips in terms of proof of that as it relates to the readiness. So then we have to be ready and prepared. And this is one of the reasons why I'm talking particularly to the 63% of persons who did not participate, right? So, you know, which increase our voters' apathy. So we want to make sure that more people, right, being participating in our electoral process, right? The narrative out there that, you know, both parties are the same, that is obviously a lie. We have proven it time and time again, right? But we are going to, particularly tonight, we are going to get into Admat and show Jamaican people why we need to dismiss this government. So let us show some of the examples in terms of what Jamaica Labour Party is doing with all those promises, right? And none is going to be delivered. I've seen a lot of promises passing out, just dashing out, right? Wanting to convince people. But it is not going to work, right? I can say this, and let me say this to Andrew Holness, right? Let me say this to Dr. Tufton particularly. We have seen where Cornwall Regional, right, budget has been escalated. And I want to tell Jamaican people that there is no work, because I have eyes on the ground. There is absolutely no work taking place at the Cornwall Regional Hospital, and this is a shame as it relates to the Jamaican Labour Party. And yet, they are promising a lot of things. So it appears as if Cornwall Regional Hospital is definitely going to turn a white elephant, right? Increase in budget coming from 4 billion, now it gone to 20 plus billion, and as we speak. All right. Thank you, Major, to join us.
Welcome, Major. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, sir.
How are you, sir?
All right, we are here. Thank you to be on the live. Okay.
Okay. I'm
All
a
right.
little I'm not in a position to put on camera, but I'll join you all the same.
Yes, take your time. Take your time. Take your time. All right. So as I was saying, I'm just going to show a few clips because, you know, the major is here. We are going to have the major engage when it comes to the Admat investigation inside Admat. Now, so let me just show the audience as it relates to what Jamaica Labour Party is doing now as it relates to, you know, starting the mission of their campaigning early, very early. Without any further ado, let's bring up that clip to bear. All right. Thank you for that. So we're going to show you what the Jamaica Labour Party is on mission doing right now.
In 2009, the country was also faced with a major drought, and we had to contemplate what was necessary for us to build out the water infrastructure, which was aging even at that time, which was totally insufficient. The Minister of Water then was Minister Horace Chang, and he developed a major project to improve not just water, but sewer in Kingston and St. Andrew. It was a $1 billion project. And in that suite of projects was this project, the Content Water Treatment Plant project. So bear in mind, this is 2009. And I want to acknowledge Minister Chang for his work in conceptualizing the project. Today, the 14th of March, 2024, 15 years later, we are now able to break ground for the project. There is something that every Jamaican should consider. Why did it take so long? We are never short of ideas. We know what to do. We can always get the consultants to tell us what to do and to technically get it done. The great challenge we have is, first of all, the fiscal wherewithal, meaning the public financing to support such a project. Now, there are some people who would say, this is such an important project, we should have borrowed to do it. Well, there comes a time when you just can't borrow because you don't have the space and the cost of borrowing is too high. So this was a project where the fiscal wherewithal, the ability of the government to actually fund it, either from the budget or by borrowing, just did not exist. The other issue is our administrative and bureaucratic capabilities. There's nothing wrong with bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is the ultimate symbol of any progressive modern civilization. But bureaucracy, when it becomes a stumbling block to itself, can also bring down civilizations. Bureaucracy has to become more self-aware and more efficient. And Jamaica struggles with this in its bureaucracy. As a developing country, we are tripping over ourselves with the current state of our bureaucracy. We have put in new institutions, new rules, new procedures, new processes to engineer how things get done. And it can become confusing, convoluted, and dense. We now have several layers of bureaucracy before we get to project implementation. So we have the concept design of a project. Then we assess the public investment viability. Then we go to procurement, and then we have implementation. All of those can take a very long time. You would have heard the Minister of Finance say that radical reform has to be taken now to the whole procurement process. But the entire system has to be reformed. It shouldn't be that from the concept of the project in 2009 to today that we're getting to do this project, 15 years. I point this out because as many Jamaicans express their frustrations with the pain points that they experience, whether it is in buses for public transportation, garbage trucks for collection, whether it is proper infrastructure for national security, whether it is frustration with the roads, and as we are here discussing water, the public bureaucracy must improve. And this comes down to one thing, which we have avoided in the entire conversation, and that is the productivity of our labor force and the productivity of our public sector and our public sector administration. How fast, given the laws, regulations, and the rules and requirements, how fast can our technical people, our bureaucrats and technocrats navigate that landscape to deliver projects that are free of any hint of corruption, that are efficient in the use of public funds, and that deliver the benefits to the people? That is really the great challenge that we face. And as Prime Minister, that is where my efforts will be and continue to be in ensuring that we can deliver these projects. By the way, this is a $77 million project. The government will not borrow to fund this project. 12 billion Jamaican dollars. The minister who I've placed in charge of looking at these water projects, Minister Matty Samuda, has done an excellent job in pulling the project through the system. And there are several other projects that are slated to be done in water. We understand, we do really understand all the challenges that are faced, but it does take some time, and we are working as fast as we can, and we even commit to work faster.
So, I mean, very poor remarks there from the Prime Minister trying to use government bureaucracy as a justification as it relates to failure of what he had promised and did not deliver. Right? So that is one of the promises, right? He has been there for 8 years, 8 years, right? And has not been delivered. But let us go a little bit further, right? To show you the extent of his promises, right? Let us do transfer.
Okay.
All right. So the next thing, I'm just showing people how the Prime Minister getting out there promising, right, what he knows that he's not going to deliver, right? And so then we have been through that. We have used to his promises, right? There it is as it relates to Cornwall Regional Hospital, right? Has not yet been completed, leaving from 2 billion to 20 billion. It is just mind-boggling, right? It is just mind-boggling. So these are the situations that happen where you have those situations, right? And so then that is the situation where the Prime Minister does continue to promise, and no delivery, right?
Oh, hold on. Let me bring up.
What are you bringing up?
Oh, I thought there was someone here. Hold on. Let me just get this, guys. It just kicked me out. It want me to sign in back to the Gleaner. I don't know why I signed in earlier and it kicked me off.
Okay, again, we are searching for that document. So okay, still searching for that document. But you know what? Let us show why the Prime Minister in a bind. Okay, we just find the document, so we're going to present that.
Gleaner company logged me back off, and then I did not see. There we go again. Let's hope it doesn't
Okay.
get me back off. I don't know why it did that.
So here's another promise coming from the Prime Minister.
I'm going to share it. I haven't shared it yet. 1 sec. Sorry about that, guys. It was there, but all right, let me share it.
Mute. All right, so we are sharing that document.
So it doesn't do it again. There we go.
Okay, here it is, people. Land transfer to Rastafari community imminent, says Chang. They did not know that this was imminent all along. Property identified in Albion Heights for survivors of 1963 Coral Gardens massacre, right? Now, Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Horace Chang addressing members of the Rastafari Coral Gardens Benevolent Society 61st commemoration of the 1963 atrocities against Rastafari. Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Horace Chang has indicated that land at Albion Heights in St. James would be transferred to the Rastafari, right, as it relates to Coral Gardens Benevolent Society by the end of June. This property ultimately belongs to the Rastafarian community. It has been approved, but the formal handover will take a little more time because the bureaucracy must be at work. The Prime Minister talking about bureaucracy again. Chang said, in fact, I expect that very soon in this first quarter of the new financial year, we will have a cabinet submission to formally transfer it to the Carroll Gardens Benevolent Society. That is when you can get the title and call it your own. Chang, who is the Member of Parliament for the St. James North Western in Wish Albion Heights Falls, told members of Rastafarian community last Friday during their annual Bad Friday commemoration of the 61st anniversary of the 1963 atrocities. The earmarked land is part of benefits agreed with the government following years of lobbying by the RCGBS on behalf of those killed or maimed on Good Friday in 1963. Right, the atrocity unfolded when former Prime Minister Sir Alexander Bustamante sanctioned people, and I want every Rastafari to look right here, right? And Rastafari, remember what done in 1963 with the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to Sir Alexander Bustamante. So them now coming with some fight, right, to give you lands and blah, blah, blah. That's just a some fight. Right, the wicked atrocity that mete out to you cannot be repaired. Cannot be repaired by just giving few lands. Right, and by the way, they're going to use bureaucracy. You understand? That land may not even end up in your hands. So let us read. The atrocity unfolding when the former Prime Minister Sir Alexander Bustamante sanctioned police brutality against the Rastafarians early into Jamaica political independence from the United Kingdom. According to Chang, there are 2 properties on the land for which the Rastafarians can install the resources required to build out what they desire. Take this away. Let me talk to the people. You let me talk to the people. Right? People, you have to understand that what I done as it relates to the Carroll Garden massacre, right, was a wicked and evil act orchestrated by the Jamaica Labour Party. Wicked and evil act orchestrated by the Jamaica Labour Party to massacre Rastafari as it relates to a Carroll Garden massacre. And now, admitting to their fault, they want to now just give 2 land spots to say, okay, all right. You know, they are gracing in favor, right? This is the cruelty of the Jamaica Labour Party. It's the signature. They will never change. Kian, government want to give themselves the contracts without any question. Okay. Now, let me show you, right, as it relates to the role of promises, right? Now, let us go back to the Tri-Bridge, right? But let me show you that we have a government. We have a government, right, that claim that they care for people and never get your youth is a star, and they do all of that. And a bridge that is so important, so vital in the community. But as a result of a PNP person in Parliament that in charge of that constituency, right, for a reason for them to sabotage the community. And this is the Jamaican Labour Party that you are dealing with. This is the Jamaican Labour Party that you are dealing with. Right, the amount of time that it takes in terms of procurement, right, it's delaying tactics and the sabotaging that the Jamaican Labour Party, right, is doing. Right, so let us just go back to the Tri-Bridge and show them that the Tri-Bridge still has not been fixed, and yet they are promising this, they are promising that, right? And the Tri-Bridge still has not been fixed. Going how many years now, right? Without any further ado, let us find that. Okay. And yeah.
When persons are seeking jobs, sometimes they don't try to understand how the process works. And, you know, I guess who wants the job of member of parliament ought to do his research on how it is that government operates, how it is that the responsibility you have as a member of parliament. If it was for private sector being able to build bridges across the island, then I guess that Jamaica would not have any bridges that would need any repair. As member of parliament, I cannot put up a walk-foot bridge. I can't solicit materials from anyone, because if anything was to happen to anyone crossing that bridge, then I would be held liable for that. Any infrastructure that is being built has to be built with the permission of the National Works Agency, as this is a National Works Agency road. As member of parliament, I cannot just go and say I'm going to build that bridge without their permission. So before people speak, I would urge them to at least do their homework and to not try and give the people a narrative that is not a realistic narrative. But he will never know, because he will never get the job as Mr. Manchester.
I mean, quite frankly, this is a major piece of infrastructure, this bridge, and it's not a matter for the private sector. There's no return on investment here for the private sector putting in the bridge. This is something that squarely falls within the public sector to address. This affects the people, ordinary people who live in this area, both sides, both parishes, because it's a border between two parishes. And it is squarely the government's responsibility, like any other major piece of infrastructure is, to address. And there's plenty of precedent for the repair or replacement of bridges that have been damaged or destroyed, and by the government of the day. And this is why we're continuing to call for it, because it's important and it needs to be done.
And I would have preferred if my opponent had, being a member of the governing party, so that he would have lobbied on behalf of the people to help me to lobby his government to get the bridge constructed in the shortest space of time. You know, there are some things that that we need to stay away from. Misinformation, as his own Minister of Information has been speaking about, the level of misinformation that some people embark on, and that is not what we are about here today. We are here on the party leader seeing for himself, members of the hierarchy of the party seeing for themselves the issue, the plight of those in Manchester and St. Elizabeth. If it is that I could take my CDF and fix this bridge, it would have been fixed a long time ago. The cost of the bridge, according to the National Works Agency, is going to be in the range of 160 to 180 million dollars.
8 or 9 of CDF.
So even if, as being member of parliament for 11 years, if my opponent knew how the CDF operates, you can't use a CDF to do a bridge like this. You can't use a CDF for more than 50% of the CDF for any one project in any one financial year.
All right, so let us take that away. So I just want to show, right, all Jamaicans, that the Prime Minister is busy going out, flinging out promises, promising this, promising that, promising Rastafari this, promising that, and at the same time sabotaging, right, a project like the Tri Bridge, right, that I mean really needed in the community. And this is how, right, we're talking about the Prime Minister saying that he cares for Jamaican, right? This man is a dictator, right? This man is traveling down the abyss, right? Only selfish and care for himself and the elites, right, that surround him. Some of the members of the PSOJ and PSOJ silence in all of these matters. But my Jamaican people, the real truth of the matter as it relates to why we have many projects being failed, we are going to speak tonight. When we look on the matter that $1.7 trillion being missing from our treasury, right, is a gross call to concern. Now, we have parochial roads to fix. We have bridges to fix. And I know for sure that if the Jamaica Labour Party, right, did not put their hands in the cookie jar, you would have sufficient cash to fix those bridges, right? Not coming out and dealing with, right, public relation, this and public relation that. I want to say big up Jamaican Carlos for passing through. Carlos, bless up yourself. Enough respect. People, remember, go over there and support Carlos as well. You understand? Carlos, of course, one of the general in the army. Big up yourself, Carlos. So when we look at $1.7 trillion being missing, right? It's a disgrace, right? As it relates to Andrew Holness-led government. And tonight, I'm glad that I have the opportunity, right, so that we can have an inside look into Admat, right, as it relates to Prime Minister Andrew Holness. We're going to dig all the details out and expose everything tonight that needs to be exposed. So let us look and see why majority of our projects that needed to be done having difficulty. And this is one of the reasons why when I started tonight, I spoke about the Cornwall Regional Hospital, right? Coming from $2 billion, people, $2 billion. And now it extended itself over $20 billion. And I have eyes on the ground. Yesterday, I called someone and asked the person to verify if there is any work taking place at Cornwall Regional Hospital. And people, Jamaican people, there is no construction taking place at the Cornwall Regional Hospital. I don't know what this government is doing. Right? Yeah. I don't know what this government is doing. But all I know that this government is taking their time to sweeten their pockets. And every time that you hear about huge contracts, big contracts, what I worry about is how much of that is going to go into their pockets. Because that is what has been happening. Right? The projects that they are installing, right, being overcharged, and the money going to their pockets, right? We are going to show some revealing things when we touch Admat tonight. Now, we have, as I said, over $1 trillion. So let me just show you, right, the effect that it has, right, in terms of funding some of our projects. And I mean, most of this money gone into the politician pockets. There is Andrew Holness now, his new thing that he's coming with, and he's telling you, right? He's telling you that, okay, the process of bureaucracy, and I want people to listen to that. The process of government red tapes that they have to use, it take a long time and blah, 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 giving himself room that he can promise and not deliver. This is Andrew Holness. Right, in 2015, he told people about energy bill, right? His government is going to ensure, right, that we have cheap, blessed, aromatic. What a one, my boss. All right.
Welcome, happy Friday.
Yeah, man. You know, say tonight is
blessed love, blessed love,
yes,
blessed
man.
love. Stop easy.
Blessed
Blessed
love
love to the queen.
all right.
Blessed love to all the beautiful and wonderful
Blessed,
subscribers in the chat.
All right. You know, so tonight I live in fire, you know. Live in fire now. Right? And Major is here as well. So let us, without any further ado, let us show the impact as it relates to the level of criminality done by the Jamaican Labour Party. Right? As it relates to our treasury. $1.7 trillion, and I want people to get it, you know. I want people to get it that when you have $1.7 trillion, right, that missing from our treasury, unaccounted for, you know what that $1.7 trillion could do? It could also help to fix the Troy Bridge. It could also help to fix some parochial roads. But what it is doing, it is fixing politician pockets, right? Utilizing, we are going to go through some stuff tonight, utilizing shell companies, right, to take government contracts that automatically and indirectly, that directly and indirectly going to them, right? The political kickback, right? Sometimes those shell companies, they have what percentage shares in the shell company, and if they give their friend, they have shares in the company. So, you know, all the money going to them and their elite friends that they use. When we look on the NHT situation, how Andrew Holness took out that money, right, and give it to Dexim. These are the corruption that we are talking about with this Prime Minister. Tonight, when we finish with this Prime Minister, Jamaica is going to fully know, right, whichever side that you're on. This is not about being partisan, right? We can't afford to make Jamaica so polarized that you only see green and orange. What about being Jamaican? What about being Jamaican and call a spade a spade? I am saying to you all that the Jamaican Labour Party, based on the basis of how it formed, being a capitalist, means the country no good. And it's just plain and simple. Now, let us show over $1 trillion, right? We're going to show the effect of what we are feeling under this particular government.
One second, let me just move this a bit.
The Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, JAMP, views as worrying the revelation that some government ministries have been unable to properly account for trillions spent over a 10-year period. Executive Director Jeanette Calder says the permanent secretaries must be called to answer. How was the money spent? That's the trillion-dollar question being asked by Auditor General Pamela Monroe-Ellis. In a Gleaner article, it was revealed that the Auditor General's department is being hindered from independently assessing how more than $1.6 trillion was utilized between two ministries and the Office of the Prime Minister, OPM. Those ministries are the Education and Health ministries. Mrs. Monroe-Ellis noted that for 9 fiscal years, spanning 2012-2013 to 2018-19 and 2021-2022 to 2022-23, Parliament approved $902 billion, representing 13.7% of the national budget, to manage and administer public education in Jamaica. However, no appropriation account was done. It was a similar case for the Health Ministry, which Parliament had approved $695 billion too. The Auditor General said the accounting officer in the ministry submitted 15 of the 22 appropriation accounts for financial years 2013-2014 to 2022-23, but those did not meet the standards for submission. As for the Office of the Prime Minister, 3 appropriation accounts representing an accumulated budgetary allocation of approximately $12.02 billion are outstanding. Executive Director of the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, JAMP, Jeanette Calder, says based on the revelation that's in a quandary. She says the issue begins and ends with the permanent secretaries.
The permanent secretary needs to make sure that after 4 months when the year ends, she sends her report to Parliament to say, what have we done with the people's money? All right. When that don't happen, Delia, who's supposed to come and say, what are gone? The people who get the report.
Yes.
Who are those? Are parliamentarians. So we have parliamentarians, for example, the Ministry of Health, for 10 years has not told our parliamentarians, told our Auditor General what they have done with our money. How much money we're talking about? Just a little bit under $700 billion. And that is a report that they have gotten every year for the last 10 years till it add up to $700 billion. What is the work our parliamentarians are doing for us?
She says what needs to be done is for citizens to understand the accountability framework, because only then will people be truly held accountable for the crisis facing the country.
Who do we call for? The first time something goes wrong. The minister. Gentle folks, there are seven. No, Simone, that's the thing. There are 17 people in government with more teeth than a minister to sanction and to hold people to account. We don't know them things they deal with. So when these things go wrong, who we call? The political representative, who in the law has the least amount of power to do something about sanctioning and holding people to account.
Yeah. Let me read.
Wix is your platform to perform on.
Just interview in there. All right. Okay. So what's interview said? Yeah. Byron, everyone has to be paid. If they repair all these things and keep people healthy, the morgue won't be paid. This is a real Ferris wheel. You're so 100% right, Cynthia B. Thank you for that contribution there. People, before I go any further, I want to say that people, as it relates to Aromatic, please go over Aromatic TV and, endorse him, right? Subscribe to his channel, right? And, just give him some blessings, right? He's, of course, a general in the army, right? Bringing out the mission, right? And please endorse him.
Freedom was asking this question. Repeat.
All right. Freedom. How much was that project? Because according to Google, a 50-bed hostel can cost between 25 million and 75 million US.
I think she's talking about the corner, but the price, the cost just keep.
Yeah, the cost just keep escalating.
We don't know where it's going. Right?
I think we actually at 28 billion, so to speak, Jamaican money, right? But but
21 point something billion.
Yeah,
I think it's at about 21 point something billion now.
Billion, yes. But think of what we have just listened to, right? Now, between the education and health ministry, $700 billion unaccounted for.
And the Prime Minister office.
Just check it, Aaron, right? Just check it. Between the education and health ministry, $700 billion unaccounted for under the Andrew Holness led government. Unbelievable.
We say the health alone is almost 700 billion just for the health, right?
No, between both ministries. The education and health ministry, $700 billion. She didn't specify whether the health was this or the education was that. She just mentioned those two ministries.
I think the education ministry was about 9 something.
Yes.
And the health itself is 7 billion, and the Prime Minister, I think it was 10. It was 3 offices,
Yes.
The Prime Minister's under the Prime Minister office, the health and wellness, and the education.
Okay. And that
because it's 1.7, remember it's 1.7 trillion.
Yes. So what is now, so what is after 1.7 trillion? And this is what I communicate. After 1.7 trillion, the education and health ministry responsible for $700 billion in that respect, right? So where that is as it relates to what she just said, right? The fact of the matter is that under Andrew Holness-led government, some serious atrocities with taxpayers' money, very serious atrocities, right? So that is that. Now we are going to now get into our investigation, Admat investigation. And of course, we are going to take our time tonight. People, we are going to take our time tonight. One of the first things that I want to start before I start the Admat investigation is to clear up an item. And let me say this. I know that it was spoken on a particular platform, and I know that platform, you know, the host of that platform is not to be blamed. Let me say that. Because, you know, persons giving information on that platform, right, might just have, you know, gotten the information wrong somehow, right? And I want to just correct that, right? And I'm not, you know, just putting out any blame here, right? Because even me, myself, you understand, sometimes we make mistake and we have to come back, and when that happened, you understand, we would like to correct it. So we want to show that, okay, we have nothing personal against Andrew Holness. So when we, you know, in hearing, receive any information that is not true about the Prime Minister, we are going to correct it, right? Because, you know, we want to make sure that whatever we're speaking about the Prime Minister and whatever issues that we are speaking about, we are 100% true. So we have heard a narrative out there that the Prime Minister had bought Michael Leachin yacht, right? Tonight I want to correct that because that is not true, right? And for people to cease and desist with that information, because that information is just not true. So let me just come up with the facts, right, and show people, right, what transpired, and then we get into Admat itself, right? We are going to, of course, have Aromatic, right, speak on the subject matter. We are going to have Major, right, speak on the subject matter as well. So let us clarify this as it relates to the Prime Minister, right? As it relates to the narrative that he purchased Michael Leachin yacht. So let us correct that first. Let us find that.
Okay.
All right, so it's coming up in terms of that information, and we want to be factual. It's sharing on it. Okay, so here we have it. 200. I want to make sure that they're seeing it. Okay, 200%. All right. Okay, good. Okay, so for the correction of that, here it is. Michael Leachin sells mega yacht. Michael Leachin just got richer. The billionaire sold his mega yacht for $362 million US. That's 62 million US more than he originally paid for it. So he makes some money there, right? Okay. Now Leachin has reportedly sold the yacht to professional hockey player turned billionaire businessman Patrick Dovigi. So this is who the yacht being sold. So let us read it right in the highlighted portion. Now Leachin has reportedly sold the yacht to professional hockey player turned billionaire businessman Patrick Dovigi. Take that away on it. So I hope we corrected that for people to understand that Andrew Holness have nothing to do as it relates to buying any yacht from Michael Leachin. Now, he never buy the yacht from Michael Leachin. But we are going to now dig into Admat investigation. Now, one of the first documents before we get into Admat, the Prime Minister some time ago did an interview, right, on Cliff Booth's program, that, and the interviewer was, I believe, Fitz Henley. We are going to go to that and get an understanding of what the Prime Minister communicated on that interview. Right? Right? Okay, so we're going to get to that information, right? Okay, so it's at 200? Yeah. Okay, and share, right? Holness makes finances public, posted by Abka Fitz Henley, 17th of June 2016. Let's get into it, people. Prime Minister Andrew Holness said he has assets valued at just over 151 million. His liabilities currently amount to just under 35 million Jamaican dollars. Holness discloses total assets and liabilities this afternoon in an interview with Nationwide, The Gleaner, and The Observer newspaper. Mr. Holness is the first Jamaican Prime Minister to publicly declare his assets and liabilities since P.J. Patterson made his declaration public in 2002. Mr. Holness made available to the media today his last 10 Integrity Commission declarations. They date from 2007, when he first became minister, and now, all right, so people, let me say this. Right here, right, we're gonna find out that this information is false. The Prime Minister did not become minister in 2007. Not the first, as what it said. So this is disingenuous. Let me read it over. Mr. Holness made available to the media today his last 10 Integrity Commission declarations, the date from 2007 when he first became minister, and no, that information is not true. The Integrity Commission declaration show that just before Holness became a minister 10 years ago, he had assets totaling just under 47 million. His liabilities in 2007 were just under 4 million. Pasa, bangarang. Something right, so. This is serious. Between 2007 and this year, Holness declared to the Integrity Commission 60 million Jamaican dollars in income. US dollars 189,000 in income was also declared to the Integrity Commission by Holness during the same time. Now take that document, don't close it out, because we are going back. Yes. Right, I want to show people as it relates to the falsehood. The falsehood that information bear. Now, it stated that the Prime Minister became minister in 2007. Now we are going to go right in Google search engine, and we are going to bring up right the information as it relates to the Prime Minister. I just want people to see where I'm coming from, break it into pieces so that the entire world can understand what I'm saying. So we are going to go to, right, search for the Prime Minister on Google.
Google.
Yeah, just search for the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness.
Which one you want?
No, it's not there. Just search for the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness on Google. Just do a live Google search. We want people to see where we are going with this. So stand by, we are going to do a live Google search into the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. Just want to show people as it relates to debunking that information. That the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, just click on it, Wikipedia. We are going to go on Wikipedia.
Okay, I have to share it.
Right, and we're going to share this on Wikipedia to show that the Prime Minister did not become minister in 2007, and where it stated that the Prime Minister had 47 million before enter the political fraternity. People, we just read it, where it stated that the Prime Minister brought into the politics $47 million, right? And he became a minister in 2007. Here it is. Andrew Michael Holness, born 22 of July 1972, is a Jamaican politician who has been the Prime Minister of Jamaica since the 3rd of March 2016. So there you go, you get the Prime Minister birth, month, and date. Let us go into his political career. I'm showing people how we do the search. Political career, here it is. In 1997, he became a member of Parliament for West Central St. Andrew and served as opposition spokesperson on land and development from 1999 to 2002. In 2002, he switched portfolio to housing and then education in 2005. He was sworn in as Minister of Education in September 2007. All right, so we clarified that. All right, let us take that document away. People, let us argue before we go any further.
Major fell off.
Major came off?
Major fell off. I mean, maybe it's gonna come back.
Okay.
Because remember, I said he couldn't turn on his camera. So I'm not sure, but I don't see him there right now.
All right.
Continue.
Okay. So, people, let us look at this, right? The Prime Minister, born 1972, and the Prime Minister, Aaron, enter politics 1997, right? And so then if the Prime Minister enter politics in 1997, that would make the Prime Minister 25 years of age.
Yeah, he was.
25 years of
Yes,
age.
yes.
I'm talking to people. I want people to understand.
Yes, he was 25.
Yeah, 1972.
Yeah, man. He was 25.
Okay, and the Prime Minister enter politics in 1997. That makes the Prime Minister, right, 25 years of age. The Prime Minister, right, left university at age 21, owing student loans. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think he lived 1994, right?
Huh?
But he lived 1994.
No, 1997 he entered.
Yeah, but he lived university.
Yeah, 1994. Yes.
Yes.
Right. You're right. So when you look at that, it takes the Prime Minister 4 years to amass $47 million in assets.
How comes?
Right? No, this is amazing. Amazing.
More have to know the secret in there, trust me.
Right? That the Prime Minister, right, leaving university, owed, right, university student loans.
Yes.
But at the same time, what happened is that within 4 years, the Prime Minister was able to amass over $47 million. Hold on, Natalie Mullins, freedom. I think that's it's lack of political education and generational mindset. Follow in your parents' footsteps, right? So now, all right, what we are going to do and show some very serious thing here. What? Ransford, country don't need leeching yet. He has already given Jamaica 3 ships: hardship, conmanship, and generalship. All right. Now, let us move into Admat investigation. Right? What we are going to prove, what we call illicit enrichment. Now, Major will be coming back.
Before I even go right there, sir.
Yes.
He leave university in 1994, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, meanwhile, he was an executive in one of Jamaica's oldest non-governmental organization, Upliftment for Children.
Yes.
That's like 2 more years.
Yes.
He leave, that was 96. Then he went on to complete his master.
Yes.
As in science degree and development in human study.
Yes.
So just leave university, he go do charity work.
Yes.
So 2 more years from the 4 when I graduate university.
Exactly.
He go do charity work 2 years.
Yes.
And then 97, he becomes the member.
Yes, he went into.
So you see when there is no cash coming in.
No cash
because
coming in.
This man was doing charity work.
No cash coming in. But hold on. Let me tell you where he said he got the cash. Bring up that document on it. We are going to read that document. That's why I said don't close it.
Hold on, I need to share it.
Now, people, hear the Prime Minister justification in terms of the Prime Minister assets. Okay, so between 2007 and this year, Holness declared to the Integrity Commission 60 million Jamaican dollars in income. US dollars 189,000 in income was also declared to the Integrity Commission by Holness during the same time. The Prime Minister's Integrity Commission filing showed that he acquired income before he became Education Minister via a private transport company which he owned. Take that away. Okay. The Prime Minister justification as it relates to, right, him, right, amassing, right, $47 million, right, was through a transportation company, right? Now, watch this arrow. Mystic sensation, right? And let me say this because I don't want to seem like I am going overwhelmingly, you understand, to, accuse the Prime Minister. I have done my limited search, right?
Yeah.
And I cannot find any company right, as it relates to that private transportation company that the Prime Minister had spoken about. If anyone here and people who are listening to me, Google right now, Sam Allen, Andrew Holness was a Minister of Education from 2007 to 2012. Yes. I am asking everyone to Google Andrew Holness, right? Transportation company. Google, right? None of such company exists. Ever exists. Ever exists. Now, we have went into the company's office of Jamaica, right? We have some limitations there, right? But we didn't get anywhere where we are seeing areas to search, right? And to find out if this was possible. But based on the search that we had done, we had found nothing of the sort as it relates to the justification, as it relates to, you understand, the $47 million in assets, right, that the Prime Minister have. Maybe the Prime Minister house at the time valued this and whatever salaries, whatever income coming in from the tax service and all of that that equate to 47 million, right? The fuck of the matter, we have not seen. Okay, Major is back.
Welcome back, Major.
All right.
I had some technical difficulties.
Yes, we understand. So watch this now. This is getting sweeter now. People, as I said, we had done our search as it relates to Andrew Holness private transportation that, would allow him, right, as according to what he said, Jamaican Carlos, the man thief like white chicken. Carlos, me I tell you, Carlos, we had done our research, Carlos, right? And Mystic Sensation had found nothing. People, let us dig into Admat investigation right now. And I'm going to bring it up so that everyone can see this. So that $47 million that Italy Integrity Commission, right? We cannot find that. Right? We cannot find that. We search as it relates to anybody who want to do Google search, right, into Google itself, Google search engine, or the company's office of Jamaica. We didn't find it. We didn't find it.
Luxus said the car service was bankrupt.
Right, we didn't find it. We just didn't find it. Okay. Let us bring up 18 degrees north into Admat itself. This is really troubling for the Prime Minister. No, this is no joke. This is no joke because the Prime Minister would have also supposed to submit his statutory declaration Tuesday gone. And you're going to tell me that the Prime Minister statutory declaration for 2021 was not certified. The Prime Minister's statutory declaration for 2022 was not certified. And I can assure people that when we go through the Admat investigation here tonight, the Prime Minister's statutory declaration for 2023 is not going to be verified. We can't have Andrew Holness need to resign. Honestly speaking. And the Prime Minister needs to resign. But we are going to go through the information. Can you bring up the Admat information so that they can all see that? So now what we are challenging first illicit enrichment, right? What we want to prove to the people, and then we go into tax evasion. This is very serious for the Prime Minister. This is very serious. Okay. All right. 200% so that they can see it. Okay. So people, here it is. 18 degrees north investigation into Admat. Prime Minister Holness offshore company that held his Beverly Hills properties in Jamaica is dissolved. That company has been closed down in 2021, and we are going to find out. We're going to find out the reason for that. A deep dive into the possible tax implications then and now. Who is the reporter? Sarah Burton, April 1, 2024. Here's after the ownership structure of Prime Minister Andrew Holness' Beverly Hills home in Jamaica came under scrutiny for its ability to avoid taxes. The property located at Shenstone Drive now has a new title holder. Its former owner, the St. Lucian offshore entity, Admat Incorporated, has been dissolved. People, that's information. The International Business Company, IBC, which is the same Admat, was set up in February 2008 while Mr. Holness held office as Minister of Education, and according to statement in 2016 by him and his then attorney Patrick Bailey, Mr. Holness was Admat's only director, and he and his then underage sons, Adam and Matthew, were the only shareholders. People, Admat was dissolved in or around December 2021. And people, let me remind you about 2021. Admat dissolved the same time that the Prime Minister Andrew Holness departed SSL. Not only that the Prime Minister departed SSL in 2021 and dissolved Admat 2021, Donovan Bailey, who is in served as a director in one of the Prime Minister Andrew Holness' company, also departed, right, the company in 2021. I wonder what happened about 2021. No, Jean and Panton, Donovan Williams. Yes, Jean and Panton also, right, exited SSL in 2021. Let us read on. About 6 months after St. Lucia activated new rules requiring all IBCs have real economic substance in St. Lucia, like having a physical premises and an adequate number of country qualified employees in order to maintain active IBC status. This is saying that the IBC, as it relates to Admat, is a shell company. People get it? Shell company set up by Patrick Bailey, which allows for income earned outside of that country to be exempt from taxes within St. Lucia. A company's St. Lucian activities, however, would now be taxed at the local rate of 30%. Now, previously, the IBCs were prohibited, right? That is international business companies, business corporations, which Admat is one of them. IBCs were prohibited from doing business with residents of St. Lucia, which including buying immovable properties. Now, here it is, people. Here's the evidence. Notice of company in dissolution, Admat Incorporated, and you have the number there, 2008-00094, International Business Companies Act, right? IBC, which Admat is. Take notice that the International Business Company Admat Incorporated in 2008 was 0094, which was incorporated on February 14, 2008, has registered its articles of dissolution. Take notice that the commencement date of the dissolution of the above named company is 15th of December 2021, or on a date within 30 days thereof. and that the name and address of the liquidator is as follows: Karan Joseph Balata Castris, St. Lucia, dated this 14th day of December 2021, Lester D. Martyr, Registrar, International Business Companies, which Admat has registered as such. Now, this is what's happening now, folks. The new rules were implemented by St. Lucia, so it could be removed from a list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes by the European Union, which argued that St. Lucia tax regime was among several in the Caribbean aimed at attracting profits that do not reflect real economic activity in the jurisdiction. The criticism was that allowing companies to incorporate with mere PO box like Admat addresses was leading to harmful tax competition, which threatened the corporate tax revenues of EEU member states. St. Lucia remaining on the list could have a potential dissuaded foreign companies and investors from doing business in that Caribbean nation. So this is saying that St. Lucia is not protecting certain companies again as it relates to, let's call it out, tax evasion. It's not clear whether Admat has derived any tax benefits from dissolution, but Admat did opt to be exempt from the income taxes. Its application documents show that means if no changes had been made since inception, St. Lucia wouldn't have tax income generated in Jamaica by Admat, for example. But depending on the type of income, Admat may still have been required to pay taxes in Jamaica. Now, as we speak, right, at the time that when Zara did the investigation, right, Admat was not paying any tax. We need to make that known. Admat was not paying any tax to Jamaica. Application to incorporate registrar. All right, signed off. Now, while actively registered in St. Lucia between 2008 and 2011, Admat bought the land on which the Shenstone Drive house was eventually built, and at least 2 other Jamaican properties for around $57.1 million in US dollars, 692,478 for all 3 without any listed mortgages. This is problem for the Prime Minister. Let us stop right here. Hold on. Any listed mortgages, raising question about where the money came from. During that time, Mr. Holness' salary as Minister of Education was averaging around 5.2 million, 62,513 per year. That is US, not counting allowances. Now, let us take this away a bit. Talk to Arrow and talk to Major. Now, Major.
Yes, sir.
Hold on a Major, because you know you're the spice. You're the spice. So me let you last. Arrow. The Prime Minister said, let me just remind you, that his source of funding as it relates to the properties being purchased came from mortgages, right, and return on investment. Arrow, as we speak, no mortgage listed. Take a bite at it, Arrow.
First of all, for the Prime Minister of Jamaica, shell companies.
Yes.
We normally say it's safe havens for criminals.
You're right. These shell companies. Yeah.
And secondly, you use that shell company to create an offshore account.
Mm-hmm.
If all your from business and all of that is legitimate and you have nothing to hide, then why in the first place you would start a shell company?
Exactly.
Tax evasion, you're hiding tax, and you are paying the dissolution to protect your money and the country that you are the prime minister for. And you know that we cannot live without tax.
And you are abiding paying tax.
And you are abiding by the tax, not paying tax, but you're willing to pay the dissolution government to hide your money. And the country that you are a member and you are a prime minister, you refuse to pay your tax. If all your dealings were legitimate, then why you associate yourself with this batch in shell company and offshore account?
Very good.
Criminality, bro.
Very good arrow. But
criminality.
No, but simultaneously, right, for the prime minister to be a hypocrite, right, asking us to pay our taxes, and him, right, is hiding from paying tax. It's very serious. It's very serious. Major, please take it away. Please take it away.
She sells seashells on the seashore. I find it unfortunate that I no longer find it surprising. If you check your clips, you will find where Mr. Bailey, Patrick, admitted on camera that the purpose of placing the company in St. Lucia was to avoid tax. The man's lawyer said so, and said so in a very matter-of-fact way. Like, everybody does it, kind of thing.
Wow.
What I find fascinating, I'm waiting, maybe I'm jumping the gun, but I'm waiting for you to get to the point of twofold. One, under what law does underage children become directors of a company? Two, if they are not directors of a company direct in their own right, some adult is holding that in trust. Who was it? Next thing is, so Admat has been dissolved.
Yes.
I don't know much, you know. I just read a lot, but I don't know much. When you dissolve a company, you must account for its assets and liabilities.
Yes.
So where were these assets placed? Who now holds the ownership of these assets?
We're coming to that.
The liabilities of these assets and the tax burden that they may carry.
The information is here.
There's no mention of that, but if you can, beautiful. Because now you dissolve it in a very transparent way, because you don't think anybody will realize what they're looking at.
Yes.
And you get away from the criticism that you have an offshore company by dissolving it. All the things that it held, where are they? Under what circumstances are they now where they are?
Yes.
And is the person who is in control of the assets, including the house on Beverly Hills, facing their obligations to the Jamaican government? That's my question. And if not, why not? And you see, unfortunately, again, I have a very soak-up memory. Do you remember the government institution that I think the minister at the time, Weekly, was in charge of, that had hired a lady far below the qualifying standards to run it? And she had also been, or what I would call, disqualified from doing it based on her history.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yes, yes.
History, if my memory doesn't fail me, included convictions. And as a result, the investigators at the time
Yes.
were searching based, according to Renata Adams, based on information received,
Yes.
and found themselves at a premises in Spanish Town where they recovered something in the region of $35 million cash. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Also on the premises were a number of high-end vehicles.
Yes.
And when they said, whose are those? It is reported that the person that was responsible for the premises said, no, sir, because he had told them that the money they found, it is alleged that Mr. Weekly had given him to invest.
Mm-hmm.
And him say, so how the car go? And said, no, sir, that belonged to the big boss.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
That in itself have grave implications.
Exactly.
Because you have a senior member of government implicated. As yet, I don't know if that's finished. But
Well,
who declared him to have held ownership of the luxury vehicles?
Mm-hmm.
That came back to my mind when you were talking about the chauffeur company.
Yes.
You're with me?
Yes, yes, we are with you.
Okay. You must also remember that the present Prime Minister spent years at the feet of Edward Philip George,
Mm-hmm.
who also made a foray into transportation.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't quite do well, which is another point I've often asked, much to the dismay of some people and the disgust of others. For a financial genius, can you point out one endeavor that he has run successfully?
Not in my memory that Edward Philip George had any business that he had run successfully.
The last time he made a big lick at something, it was Carinosa. And Carinosa almost carried them down.
Yes.
So now, maybe it's a blueprint that somebody working off of.
Exactly. I know that's where you're going.
So, my thing is, another strange fact to me. I know I say fact. At a time when the gentleman in question was in charge of our education of our children, the Ministry of Education,
Mm-hmm.
his children were being homeschooled.
You're making reference to Rural Read, right?
No, the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister. Okay, okay.
So my thing is, if you're in charge of an institution supposed to be in charge of the education of the nation's children, but it's not good enough for your children,
yes,
what does that say about your stewardship?
Exactly.
Also, again, I don't want to get you into trouble, me even less. It is strongly rumored that those large green trucks that seem to have the lion's share of certain haulage contracts.
Arrow, large green truck.
Do you know the allegation abounds that the listed ownership of these trucks is to an individual who once provided security for the Speaker of the House, President of the House. Speaking of shell companies, I see the look on your face, Aaron. Go find out the man's name and find out his antecedents.
Well,
it's almost a man in the inner city having a piece of metal that explodes every now and then that he shouldn't have. And him walk up to somebody who is nondescript and say, hold this for me. When I'm ready, I will come for you. And if you don't mind, sharp, that dissolved too. Selling for scrap. Yeah, you follow where I'm going? Maybe I've gone too far down the road.
I know.
But it's as, like I say, there was a time when everybody stole. Ironically, politically in Jamaica, religiously, embezzlement occurred in the Ministry of Education. Schools that weren't built and disappear, all them kind of things. But when you look around, people used to do this and attempt to do it superstitiously or surreptitiously. But nowadays, it appears to me that we do it with no shadow being cast on the lady I'm about to mention. But we now do it in a manner that the angel would. When you catch us, then I say, answer.
No remorse. No sense of remorse.
None.
No sense of remorse.
I know that you think I did it, but prove it then.
Yes, so plain.
The other thing that them say a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing, especially when used by someone who thinks the little bit is plenty.
Yes.
I have listened to utterances in Parliament recently, and I now know the true meaning of double talk. If you sit down and play it slow and listen to explanations given for withholding access to reports, round and round the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. Monkey say it's all good fun. Pop goes the weasel. And then if you just keep your mouth quiet, it probably roll into a 9-day wonder. But then you look on a senior civil servant and hasten her departure by apparently attempting to besmirch her reputation on the altar of your unfortunate decisions.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yes.
What is going to happen? And I don't want to appear to be Moses or any other prophet. But mark the time and date, I tell you this. Senior civil servants currently ensconced are going to suddenly take note, take sleep and mark death. And you might find that sensitive documents start creeping out of the woodwork.
Well,
because people in senior positions taking sleep and marking death may know to say, you know something. I saw a sign in a Chinaman's store when I was growing up in Video Town. It said, you owe me, me cry. Me owe you, you cry. Better you cry. So senior civil servants might decide it is in their best interest to clear them name from now.
from now. But look, Major, because you see, when the pressure starts to apply, right, as it relates to what you're saying, persons might decide, say, look here, can't take the pressure no longer, you know. We see where this wheel is running into, so might as well, you understand, we give in. Now, I am going to go further in the document, and certain things are going to shock you. So then we are going to track, right, the dissolvement of Admat, right, and where it now umbrella itself straight back into Jamaica. Hold on. So people stand by for this. Let us bring up the document. Okay. So then we're back into the document. Now, yes, although I read here already, let us just begin to refresh the memory. While actively registered in St. Lucia between 2008 and 2011, Admat bought the land on which the Shenstone Drive house was eventually built, and at least 2 other Jamaican properties for around $57.1 million in US currency, $692,478. For all 3 without any listed mortgages. So this is now looking into the muzzle of illicit enrichment, raising questions about where the money came from.
Cash on the barrel. Cash on the barrel head. You ever heard of that statement?
No, what it means. Tell us what it means.
In the old Western days, when somebody went to buy something like a gold mine or something,
yes,
he don't carry no papers. Him just dip in them saddlebag and take out cash.
Yes.
And put on top of the barrel. And say cash on the barrel head. Take it or leave it.
Okay.
It's also not traceable.
Yes, not traceable. All right. During that time, Mr. Holness' salary as Minister of Education was averaging around $5.2 million, right? In US currency, $62,513 per year, not counting allowances. Now, here is where Zara organized an Excel document here, Admat property. So let us see all of what Admat owned. Acadia apartment, right? Purchase September 2008, right, for $16 million, right? Purchase price in US dollars, $219,449. The Wycliffe Close land in Beverly Hills, February 2009 for $15,275,000, right? And in US currencies, $173,029.
3 years salary.
Huh?
3 years salary.
Yes, just look at that. 3 years salary. Remember, his salary was just $5.5 million. Look, it's serious. This is serious. Jamaica, this is serious as it relates to this Prime Minister. Look here now. Shenstone Drive land in Beverly Hills, where your house would later be constructed. July 2011, 26 million. Let's run it after 26 million. In US currency, 300,000. All right, the subtotal as it relates to the 3 houses, 57, right? 57 million Jamaican dollars, right? In US, $692,478. Now, construction cost for Shenstone Drive, Beverly Hills house, as stated by Mr. Holness, 2012 to 2015, 52.6 million. What a wicked liar. In US, 502,000, right? 964. Total, right? 109.6 $99 million, right? And in US, $1,195,442. Now let us get into the meat of the things now. According to a statement put out by Holness in 2016, he also spent an additional, people, listen here, 52.6 million in bracket 502,964 million. I mean, so I get $5 million a year now. Now, I'm building the Shellstone Drive House over 4 years beginning in 2012. That amount he stated was financed by savings, salary, bank loans, and supplier credits. Mr. Holness' finances will be further explored. Sorry, hold on. Let us take it away. Salary, bank loans, and suppliers credit.
You can't bank loan if you don't have a mortgage.
No.
I would like somebody to tell me how you acquire a bank loan with no mortgage.
I don't have no mortgage.
I would like to know who you saved with that accumulated your widow's mite to that amount.
This is madness.
Yeah, because you have to point it out to make the little man know. So the man, they said no mortgage not listed.
No mortgage listed.
So why are you going to take? What are you going to take to the bank to get the loan?
Right? No mortgage listed. Right? So there's no bank. Let's break it down for them. Let us break it down.
No, but ask yourself, what is the name of the people and the title of the properties?
This is crazy.
Is Mrs. Holness's name on the title for the properties?
Well, based on what we read, right, Mrs. Holness, I don't think she is. I think just him and 2 sons.
Yeah.
Therefore, what about her declarations?
Well, isn't that both of them need to file together, Major? They're
That's what my understanding was.
But that is the case.
I have filled out almost 13 of those forms. And on each one, they want to know what is the situation with your spouse.
Yep.
Exactly.
We're filing our taxes now and it's the same
So
thing.
my question is, are these properties owned individually, collectively, or otherwise?
Well, I would believe that the property owned individually. So, put it at Andrew Holness is the primary person. You understand? And then certain shares split up for the 2 sons. Because based on what the document that I am getting, that is the understanding that I'm getting.
So sit back in your chair, let me ask you a question. Go and sit back. I don't want to see a fall.
Yes.
If she don't have a mortgage and she's not involved in that, from whence cometh the funding for the $850 million apartment?
Different problem that now. That I want piece of Nancy Webb this.
No, but what I'm saying to you is that once you know this, sir, once you marry someone, you're joined together.
Yes.
Your fortunes and your descriptions are joined together.
Yes.
So I hear all the rest of it that is not adding up. But now where the 850 million funding come from?
Yeah, but it's the same scenario that you're explaining as the attack about what you call it, money on the barrel top.
Yeah, but my question is twofold. Yes. One, what was put up as collateral for whatever that money came from?
Yes.
And 2, who money? You hear that sound in the background?
Yes.
You know what that sound is? The spin cycle. Somebody doing laundry.
Some washing a ground, sir.
I would conclude that a set of dirty clothes getting ready for the light.
Some washing a ground, sir, Major. Some washing a ground, sir. We hear the washing machine in the background.
Yeah. And you probably caught it just before it went into the dryer.
No, but this is serious. No mortgage listed.
No.
Right? And so then, when you look at that now deep as it relates to illicit enrichment.
That raises questions that bear answers.
And you have to see why the Integrity Commission, but I have a, hold on, Major. I have a question for the Integrity Commission, Major, because I want you to take yourself out of the situation and look at the picture. Now, this is the question for me. I don't know if you would have the same question, Major.
Mm-hmm.
The Integrity Commission certified the Prime Minister's Statutory Declaration 2017, right?
Mm-hmm.
2018,
mm-hmm.
and 2019. The Integrity Commission
mm-hmm.
certified it. Now, on what basis they would have certified it if what Zaro is establishing to us as it relates to no mortgage listed, right? No loans. Then my question, how the Integrity Commission certified those?
Here's my answer. But here's my answer. Who was in charge in those years?
Well, it was okay. 2000. Well, it would be as it relates to the Integrity Commission. It would be Greg Christie charge at the Integrity Commission.
When?
No, I don't think Greg Christie come yet. Greg Christie come, I think 2017.
Yeah, but those are the time I quoted. 2017, 2018, 2019. Those are the times I quoted.
But my thing is, you ever take over something and after you go through it, you realize where you hold on to?
Oh, I understand where you're going.
So you now have to correct
the errors.
Yeah. Them say that the only thing worse than defecating on the sidewalk is if you're stepping on it too.
Exactly.
So the problem is somebody who never really want them name associated with unfortunate behavior. Say, whoa, I know you certified it here, but can I see the basis on which you certified it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's certified, we can't draw that back. That's certified, we can't draw that back.
Yes.
But there are questions.
That makes sense in terms of
So now a new certification is due. Time for questions.
Yeah.
But I can see that. I'm going to that slide.
Going forward, the slate have to clean, man. Clean the slate and bring it to me.
And you know why?
But
you know why, Major? I hold Greg Christie, you understand, to be of high integrity.
So do I. He makes comments that upset the right people for the wrong reasons.
Exactly.
But my thing is, it is my belief that having made the observation as to the possible discrepancies in what was certified.
Exactly.
Once they certify one more on this basis,
yes,
you might as well lock we up.
Exactly.
So the questions that should have been asked then, starting to be asked now. Go back to when it was dissolved.
Okay.
2020.
And what year was it dissolved?
2021.
It was dissolved in 2021.
Both of them, right?
Yes.
Both of them.
And you see when people are run across the sand and people chasing them and them draw a bush to wipe out them footprint.
Mm-hmm.
By 2021, the bush was starting to be drawn.
Yes. And you're perfectly right. You're perfectly right on that, Major.
So now, let's correlate dates and events.
Yes.
Which reports were not certified? Which years?
2021, 2022, and possibly the possibility of 2023 is not going to be certified.
And why was Admat dissolved?
2021, sir.
He said why.
And why would they have been dissolved?
Okay.
Because it's gonna have to now pay a 30% tax.
Yes, well, I mean, as it relates to St. Lucia, new law that was passed as it relates to paying that.
I hear all of that.
Okay, okay.
Lawyers can walk around that in them sleep.
Okay, I understand where you're going. Let me answer. Let me answer you. You just
So
because
if it is not there to question,
wiping out their footprints. They're wiping out their footprints.
The bush.
If it is not there to be questioned,
yes,
the answers can hurt you.
But hold on, Major. So he make a sad mistake because guess what? We track it. So it is trackable. Just stand by, let me just connect it and just highlight where that is now. Let us go back to the document. Stand by just for a few minutes. Let me just get into this a little bit, Major, for the people to understand what is going on here. Okay. So here the question asks as it relates to the subtopic. What happened to the 3 known Jamaican properties owned by Admat? Now let us look. After purchasing the land in 2011, on which the Shenston Drive house was built, the registration of Admat lapsed for non-payment of annual fees. A St. Lucian court document seen by 18 degrees north shows that it was ordered restored upon application being made and payment of penalties and fees amounting to $5,550 US. The registry in St. Lucia stamped the application November 1st, 2021, certifying its registration as being effected for the year 2011 again to 2021. Upon restoration, it was deemed never to have been struck off the register. It was during this brief window of restoration between November 2021 and December 2021 that Admat transferred, so here it is now, Major, Admat transferred ownership of the Shenstone Drive house by way of gifts of November 10, 2021 to Imperium Investment Holdings Limited. A Major, here you have it. Let me read it over so that the people can understand where Admat transfer those properties to. It was during this brief window of restoration between November 2021 and December 2021 that Admat transferred ownership of the Shenstone Drive house by way of gift on November 10, 2021 to Imperium Investment Holdings Limited. Remember the Imperium Investment Limited, because that not come up yesterday. No?
And the principals are who?
Imperium Investment Limited.
Going into that.
Here, Investment Limited. That not mentioned on there, so on the companies. All right. Done. Imperium Investment Holdings Limited, a company registered in Jamaica in June 2020, and whose purpose is investment in assets of all classes. Imperium sole director and shareholder is Mr. Holness. You hear that, Major? Is Mr. Holness. All right. Who owns 600 of the 1,000 ordinary shares? The remaining 400 shares are unallotted according to records at the company's office of Jamaica.
They are where?
The same month, on November 4, 2021, Admat also transferred another Beverly Hills property at Wycliffe Close in Jamaica, also by way of gift to Estate Bridge Development Limited, a company registered in Jamaica in July 2020 for the construction, repair, and alteration of buildings. Estate Bridge as its shareholders Mr. Holness Imperium Investment, which owns 4,001 of the 10,000 ordinary shares. His son, Adams, owns 2,000 shares. Mr. Holness' sister, Cynthia Anderson, owns another 2,000 shares. A businessman, Norman Brown in Montego Bay, owns 1,000 shares. And 999 shares remain unallotted. Mr. Brown is also chairman of the government-owned housing agency of Jamaica under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and reports to Mr. Holness, who is that ministry presiding minister. What a piece of bang around this. The third property Admat had bought in 2008, an apartment in Acadia in St. Andrew, had been purchased for $16 million. In US currency, 219,449, and sold 8 years later in 2016 for only 16.5 million. In US dollars, 131,852, as previously reported by 18 Degrees North. The purchaser were a medical doctor, Kijana Barrett, and a field supervisor, Darren Murray. Reached by phone, Mr. Murray refused to comment on the record as 18 Degrees North tried to understand whether there was a relationship between him or Mrs. Barrett and Mr. Holness or his wife, and why Admat would have sold the apartment at a loss in US dollars term of 87,597 even before transaction fees. Major, you hear the washing machine on about there? It is also not clear how the Arcadia apartment transaction was allowed to go through in 2016, since the registrar in St. Lucia confirmed to 18 Degrees North that before restoration in 2021, Admat had been consistently struck off with no restoration in between since 2012. According to St. Lucia International Business Companies Act, a struck off company and its directors may not legally commence legal proceedings, carry on any business, or in any way deal with the assets of the company. When asked if it would have been allowed for the Arcadia transaction to go through, the registrar in St. Lucia wrote that that's a matter of the Jamaican authorities to respond to. However, when 18 Degrees North reached out to Jamaica National Land Agency, which is the local authority for property transaction, it didn't respond. The NLA falls under the Ministry of Economic and Growth and Job Creation, over which Mr. Holness presides as backside, man. Watch out. Hold on there. Stop it right to we're talking. Major. The man control every sector for washing corruption. Right? Andrew Holness. No wonder why now we understand why he has 19 offices under his responsibilities. So he can do these things, you understand, at the same time clean up his mess. This is corruption in the highest order, Jamaica. Corruption in the highest order. And so here we have a prime minister, right, who cannot verify his statutory declaration, which clearly appears to be illicit enrichment, and at the same time controlling the draft. You understand? Setting the board. Right?
Do you see now? Do you see now? do you see now where it was very important for his administration to violate the Constitution to keep the DPP?
Well, this is, and you're right in terms of where you have to,
because they will never get charged. All when it exposed.
These are clear breaches.
These are clear, and like them not know, you know. Them know. So this is why if the man fight and push it through the parliament, begin himself. Because remember what you just saying, you know, the man cover every loophole to protect himself, you know. Every loophole the man cover to protect himself. So if you try to hit him here, so him cover up here, so if you try to come around, so him cover up here, so. So also except you, Zara, and some other people who dive deep down in this, you're not going to hear a man come up so deep with this to try to expose him. But it's not that they don't aware, they're aware of the corruption. And that is the reason why the man is give the judge raises. Him sweet up the DPP. So all of the people who are in high places to prosecute this man, him say, all right, me have them in my pocket. So me not even worry about over here, sir. But come back again, my brother. 2021, the man dissolved SSL account.
Yes.
2021, he went to St. Lucia and he dissolved the Admat.
Yes.
Where is the money? Why do we the money them? Where then there? Who have them now?
Well, based on what the information said as it relates to them being transferred now, as it relates to Imperium, that is the Imperium. So, right, he now have the Admat, what Admat used to hold, all the properties that Admat used to hold is now in Imperium, which he owns 600% shares.
Out of a thousand, right?
So then, again, he is the principal owner.
He's the boss.
He's the boss. Right? But the thing is, what I'm saying, Major, I want to ask a question. As it relates to the Prime Minister, not able to certified on 3 occasions, as it relates to 3 years going, not able to certify his statutory declaration. Don't you see where it should be incumbent on the DPP that the DPP can step in? I'm just asking you.
The question is that, let me ask you this. If it were anyone from the opposition benches, what would be the case?
Of course, the DPP would have jumped on that.
No.
Benches.
No, the other thing I've said, these truths are held to be self-evident. We're going back to Animal Farm. All animals are created equal, but some are more equal than others.
So Andrew is Napoleon the pig.
I would find that an unfortunate comparison, however accurate.
Okay, all right, thank you. He's Napoleon the pig.
Mind the man them eat pig backs with you now.
Obviously, based on Animal Farm, Andrew Holness is Napoleon the pig. Right? Because when he give out his orders, right? No animal supposed to be in bed, sleeping with sheet. When them find him a sleeping sheet, not change. So this is what Andrew Holness is doing. Right? Andrew Holness is breaking the laws, breaking the constitutional norms, doing everything, and it just seems like this one is just untouchable. But hold on, Major. Let us read further in the document as it relates to tax evasion and see how many taxes. Okay, and see how many taxes that Andrew Holness potentially, right, robbing the country. how many taxes that Andrew Holness wrapping the country. And you know what? Passing laws, right? And operating under the cover of laws, right? To please himself, you understand? And to take benefits, right, of our treasury. So let's just go further.
What you're missing is taxes and penalties.
Taxes and penalties. But let us go further and show the people what is happening here. Bring up the document. This is a disgrace. This Prime Minister is a disgrace to Jamaica. It's a disgrace to Jamaica. Okay. So when asked if it would have been allowed for the Arcadia transaction to go through, the registrar in St. Lucia wrote that that's a matter for the Jamaica authorities to respond to. However, when 18 Degrees North reached out to Jamaican National Land Agency, which is the local authority for property transaction, it didn't respond. The NLA falls under the Ministry of Economic and Growth and Job Creation, over which Mr. Holness presides as a minister. Mr. Holness didn't answer when asked how Admat was able to sell the Arcadia. He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer. Apartment, if Admat was struck off at that time. Mr. Bailey, the attorney who handled the transaction for Admat back then, told 18 Degrees North recently that he wasn't aware that the company had been struck off in St. Lucia. What do you mean by he's not aware? And that the NLA only requires some of the time that a company shows it's active before being allowed to deal in land transactions. While trying to find the attorney for the buyers to ask a similar question, 18 Degrees North learned she's now deceased. Her back foot. Boy, the cool, so the trail gone dead that's up. A company's attorney in Jamaica who chose not to be named said the 2016 Arcadia transaction would have been considered void had Admat not been restored in 2021. Admat paid transfer taxes and stamp duty. Transfer tax and stamp duty, the two most significant government cesses, were paid for each of the land transfers, according to the transfer document. For the first of the properties sold in 2016 for $16.5 million, the Arcadia apartment for $825,000 in US currency, $6,593 in transfer tax was assessed and paid, and $660,000, right, Jamaican dollars in US currency, $5,274 in stamp duty, a total of $1.48 million. The US currency, $11,867. Now, people, hear this. The property transfer tax rate then was 5% of the sale price and 4% of stamp duty. When Admat was set up in February 2008, people listen keenly, the prevailing rate was higher, right? The prevailing rate was higher. It was 7.5% for transfer tax and 5.5% for stamp duty. Now, here on out, they began to be lowered under the Bruce Golding administration. And I tell you something, you know, the Jamaica Labour Party are criminal law. You understand? Because guess what? This is automatically robbing the country's revenues. You want to know to get what we are reading now. Let me explain it. The property transfer tax rate then was 5% of the sale price and 4% of the stamp duty. When Admat was set up in February 2008, the prevailing rate was higher. It was 7.5% for transfer tax and 5.5% for stamp duty. Now, hear what happened now. From Bruce Golding time, they began to be lowered under the Bruce Golding administration, robbing the country's revenues. Had the February 2008 rates been around at the time of this 2016 sale, Admat would have had to have paid almost $1.7 million. Right? Up a sign up. appears to be a total of 1.49 million dollars to run off. If that adjustment did not make, right, they would have paid 1.7 million. In comparison, $13,515 as opposed to up here, so $11,867. Let me explain the document to the people. In transfer tax and stamp duty, the seller is usually responsible for all the transfer tax, right, and half of the stamp duty. So then in 2019, the Holness-led administration fulfilled a campaign promise of his and lowered the property transfer tax rate even further to 2% from 5% now, people. And the Holness can't love Jamaican people. This is robbing the country's revenue. This is ultimate robbing the country's revenues for Andrew Holness and him elite friends. This is robbing the country's revenue. People want to see it for some people who dieted and see them have voted for Andrew Holness. Look what Andrew Holness done. In 2019, the Holness-led administration fulfilled a campaign promise of it and lowered the property transfer tax rate even further to 2% from 5% and instituted a minimal flat fee for stamp duty. In an interview on the campaign trail during the February 2016 general election, then opposition leader Holness told 18 Degrees North he would reduce transaction taxes as a way to increase the velocity of transaction to spur economic growth. It is not to spur economic growth. It is not to spur economic growth. It is to benefit your pocket and your friend's pocket, particularly in areas like real estate and construction. That's why my government properties, they're wicked to poor people, wicked to taxpayers. While the available statistics have shown, now people, here it is now. You want to say why I'm doing it? 18 Degrees North, it would reduce transaction taxes as a way to increase the velocity of transaction to support economic growth. So I make it sound pretty like when I promised all of them land everything one can promise them on the shore, and I talk about houses for Rastaman. You understand? So, particularly in areas like real estate and construction, while the available statistics have shown that more value has been added to the economy from those areas since then, this policy decision would end up providing significant saving for Mr. Holness. The same thing may I say. Sister Robert, not the same thing here. This policy decision would end up providing significant savings for Mr. Holness Admat Incorporation when it is transferred its other Jamaican properties in 2021. Look for the damage I don't know, people. I'm going into the detail now. I'm going to explain the document in detail. For example, so Zarabert, now give an example here, sir. For example, instead of paying 9 million, right, in comparison to US currency, that would be 59,359 in transfer tax based on Jamaica February 2008 rate of 7.5%. Assuming the year of sale and the sale value were the same, the transfer of the Shenstone Drive house for Admat to Imperium in November 2021 cost Admat only 2.4 million on the social robbery. Hold on, people don't look political, man. From 9 million, we shall the country that make a revenue. You understand? Under this transfer, you only pay 2.4 million. We don't understand that, people. So you rob what? 6.6 done in a thin pocket. In comparison, US currency 15,829. I want the people to follow me now in transfer tax, which is 2% of the government asset value of 121 million in US dollars, 791,452 in stamp duty. Admat could have ended up paying 3.3 million, or in US dollars, 21,765. Based on the vendor being responsible for half of the rate that was applicable in February 2008 of the 5.5%. Instead, only $100,000. Only $100 per foot. Only what you look here, man. Look here, man. Yo, Mr. Hey, Mr. Yo, me so grieved right now. Right now, my heart have burn me. What a money I do to do. My heart have burn me. See me start crying now. My wife wipe off all of the tears. Was assessed for the whole transaction under the new regime. Real criminal, you know, and using the laws to protect him, you know. Using the laws to guide him. So that he don't do nothing illegal, you know. Because him change the laws, he don't do nothing illegal. At the same time, robbing the country revenues. You know, and he say he love Jamaican people. Say he love Jamaican people. Mr. Money are wretched thief. Real criminal.
But
for the transfer.
I don't know to break it to you, but you have been reporting a robbery in the hen house to the farm.
Try this, we go come back to the. Maybe you want Major say. Stop on that. Major, this is a disgrace.
I don't know how to break it to you, but you have been reporting a robbery in the hen house to the farm.
No, this is embarrassing to know that the Prime Minister, you understand, formulating laws. Let me tell you, people, explain to the people what done, what transpired here. Right, the Prime Minister to appease himself as it relates to all those properties that Admat own in terms of his own self-interest and benefit. You understand? He reduces the two sexes significantly. You understand? To pay far way less freedom. Why is he paying tax on that money since it's now in Jamaica? Now, freedom, if you go back at Jamaica, Carlos, think he's smart, just wait on time. Yes, Carlos. Yeah, man, but we're there, Carlos. We're there for him. You understand? Carlos, they are for him. You understand? Rotterdam, they are for him. You understand? We're probably there for him. We're loans from there for him. We're there for him, man.
Maybe the money was paid into some of those tax offices that we have rented and not occupied.
Oh, God.
Look here. You don't want it wicked on this. For somebody who them love Jamaica. You understand? And care for Jamaican people. And Arab. You remember? Every better youth is a star. And I'm telling you, they say a star. And I'm make it difficult for the better youth. You understand? And at the same time, I sabotage the Jamaican revenue.
It's simple enough. When tell Zara Burton said them a conservative government, you know. Small government, you know. So we want people to understand why man talk about, you know. So man, they don't believe in a going to free healthcare, you know. They don't believe in a going to free education, you know. They don't believe in a going to pity them some free lunch at school, you know. The man said them believe free small government, conservative. You know, believe in a tax. Remember Zara Burton asked him, you know.
Yes.
You don't believe in a tax, you don't want to pay a tax. And so you're the Prime Minister and you don't want to pay a tax. You should be leading from the front. You should be setting example. So I want people to understand who them are deal with. Them are deal with Andrew Holness, who are part of the elites group. Yeah. You understand, want to care about the small people there. That's right. That's right where it is. He decreased the tax from 5% to 2% to benefit himself. In one of his transaction here, where the government should receive 9 mil, now you're getting 2.4. The man take back 6. The man take back 6 mil. Take it back for himself. So when Major say some of them tax here, he maybe go through some of the abandoned building them, some of the ghost building them whenever they are around. Them tax building here. No, them then transfer through, channel them through.
You want me to give you a piece of homework?
Yes.
Malahoo Fort office building.
Yes.
Monthly 4.5
million.
Not occupied to any extent.
Yes. 30%.
Find out who owns it.
Okay. Wife, writing it down right now.
So we already know who won the building in St. Mary.
Okay. All right.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, of course.
In taxation and in the what you call it, you know, in the shares situation where people have shares in this market trading. That's
Yes.
known as insider trading.
It is.
If this were stocks, it's
Yes.
a criminal offense. It's insider trading.
Exactly.
I can give you a piece of insider trading that I heard anecdotally. You remember when they were saying every taximan must have a car seat?
Yes.
There were 2 containers on the wharf full of car seats.
Can you imagine?
No surprise, man.
Somebody when go make a
Can you imagine?
there, so.
Setting up
That
them
is
signs
called
as
butter.
the policies that they're passing. That's what they're doing. That's what Major is explaining.
Another piece of insider trading, you know. Or the Prime Minister aware. Who informed the Prime Minister over SSL for him can take out the money? Who tell him?
Aaron, that's a big question.
Why did he not do our government institutions the same favor?
Exactly.
Exactly, man.
Because NHT lost money in it, right? The pensioners lost money, right? And other government agencies lost money, right?
And who's going to compensate the taxpayers?
Pretty sure that's where the money really went. Because you can't trust anything himself.
Well, that's true.
Did he take the money and put it there for real, or where did he put the money?
Well,
and if you have not lost money, why has action not been taken to withdraw the Jamaican people's funds?
You know what, Major, when you have to explain certain things, you come here on a Friday, Arrow has to be on his platform, Jamaican Carlos on his platform, Wayne Loans on the platform, Rattigan on the platform, and we are speaking to people. You understand? And giving the facts to people. But yet you have some people, just seems like you have to shut them head, open it up. You understand? Actually put the information in them head before they understand what is going on. And even when they do that, them still not get it.
No, I think you're wrong, you know. I think they have gotten it, but have convinced themselves that it satisfies their needs.
Well. It's crazy.
Rita Marley, they say, who feels it knows it.
Okay. Well, all right. Major, I'm going to press on and show the people, right, in totality, as it relates to the amount of money, as it relates to that reduction that Andrew Holness had done. You understand? The amount of revenues he had robbed the country. Let us show the people them. Let us show the people them. Lift up the document on it. Let us proceed on this document. Because this government, right?
Joan Brown, thank you so much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. More blessings to you.
Yeah, big up yourself, Joan Brown. All right, for that super chat. All right. So let us get down into the meat of this matter here. You understand? This piece of slackness. You understand as it relates to this government. Right? Now the transfer of the property at Wycliffe Close to Estate Bridge Development Limited in November 2021. Only $760,000 in US, $5,013 in transfer tax, right? And $100, right? In stamp duty, right? Or 66 cents in US in stamp duty ended up being assessed and paid on the valuation of 38 million. Wanna listen to that, people? Wanna listen to them something, man? Listen to them something. For the transfer of the property at Wycliffe Close, right, to Estate Bridge Development Limited in November 2021, only $760,000, right, in the US, $5,013 in transfer tax, and 100 or 66 cents in stamp duty ended up being assessed and paid on the valuation of 38 million. Right? Now, US 250,627 put forward by Admat that was accepted by the government. Under the February 2008 regime, Admat would have been subject. Now, listen up, people. Watch here now, people. This is it. Admat would have been subject to a much higher amount for transfer tax and stamp duty together of about $3.9 million in comparison to what? 760,000, you know. People want to understand the document, right? Amount of transfer tax and stamp duty together of about 3.9 million in US currency, 25,689, right? 4 townhomes are now being constructed on that property, which if they end up being sold, will also result in estate bridge paying transfer tax and stamp duty at the lower rates. Oh my God. Right, and here it is, people. See what been constructed here? Right? Look.
Wasn't there one second? Wasn't there a property in Beverly Hills that was being constructed that was in contravention to the what is the terminology? They have a thing where they say that the neighbors decide that certain things can't be built there.
Oh yes, in Leeds flat. That's in Leeds flat.
Not
Major.
in Beverly Hills too.
Beverly Hills too?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
And it couldn't be a multi-family building.
Right? You understand the build property all over where Andrew Holness get them money from.
I mean, man, that me ain't get them from, man. Man, I get SSL, man.
Signing transfer documents for Admat. 2 Beverly Hills properties were Andrew Holness as director and Adam Holness as company secretary. Only hear them backside here. Visit to Jamaica, signing for Imperium Investment Holding was Andrew Holness as director and Donovan Williams. Donovan Williams, you know. Member of Parliament too, you know. Hey, look here. I don't want Andrew Holness corrupt, you know. And that's why I don't want them to back him, you know. You understand me? I say, Donovan Williams, I want to tell people his brother is deputy mayor. Was once a mayor for KSMSC. One name Delroy Williams. Right? When the corruption spread, Andrew Holness just have the man them in a respective place. People want to understand what is going on.
How can the Prime Minister of my country be telling me that he signed a document on a visit to my country?
Crazy. But Major, now look, let me make the people understand what is going on. Andrew Holness is setting up people in respective place. You understand, to oversee his corruption and guide his corruption and protect his corruption. This is what is happening here. For estate bridge development, it was Adam Holness who signed as director and Donovan Williams who signed as company secretary. He's now member of Parliament, you know. Mr. Williams was also the attorney that handled both transactions and is a current member of Parliament. You understand? So he make sure that him affiliate with them, deal with things, and then make sure so them, you understand, them in a Parliament with them. You understand? Mr. Holness, Jamaica Labour Party for the Kingston Central constituency. He also the brother of Delroy Williams, the outgoing mayor of Kingston. The corruption continue and the corruption turn up. I wonder why Andrew Holness knows so big.
So what happened to the other son? What happened to the other son?
The other son. You don't want corruption no more.
Well, what we don't want to talk earlier, and then when we read further, we see name exposed. We don't know what happened to the other son yet, but hold on. We still read on. All right. So it's not to avoid transfer taxes. This is what Zara Burton is asking. What was the purpose of having had Admat. It is the purpose of providing the Jamaican taxes. You understand what I'm saying? It's the main purpose to do that.
His lawyer admitted it.
But hold on here, Major. Watch out for Major. Major, come and read that. So watch it, Major. The total amount that could have been assessed in transfer taxes and stamp duty for all three properties around to 17.9 million. The Holness rob as a result of formulating policies and reduce, you understand, the assessment fee, may begin to paint the picture of how much money Mr. Holness and his family could have saved on Jamaican taxes if all Admat's assets had been sold or transferred in one swoop while Mr. Holness was alive and before the lowering of the Jamaican transfer tax and stamp duty rates and before St. Lucia changes to its IBC law. That's because with a St. Lucian IBC, its shares can pass to another person or entity without the title to the physical underlying assets being changed. You understand? Yeah, so that's, and you see, that's to be, oh my goodness. So in that case, there is no transfer from one entity to another. So you save and transfer taxes. So you save, so you save and transfer tax and stamp duty and those sorts of things. Mr. Bailey, Mr. Holness, then attorney, explained to 18 Degrees North in 2016. This is theft. This is theft of the country's revenue. As a result of the recent changes, St. Lucia now has a stamp duty when passing the shares of an IBC to a beneficiary. Right? Yes. That's why I do it as a gift paper. That's why I do it as a gift. Yo, Mr. This Andrew want crooked in crooked. And look here. Boy, don't to Satan for them. Satan don't want him to hell. Satan don't want Andrew want his hell. 18 Degrees North in 2016. Mr. Holness said he's a small government, free enterprise person who believes that market works best. Yeah, who believe that the market work best for your pocket. And that taxes are distortion. You hear what the man said? You hear what the man said? You don't understand how Andrew Holness said it. Hold on, think about this. Let me talk to me. You don't understand how Andrew Holness to him tax this distortionary, right? And at the same time, impressure Jamaican people, you understand, and street them up, you know. Street up Jamaican people, you know. As it relates to talking about him lower income tax, him lift income tax threshold, you understand, to save people. And at the same time, you understand, you're shifting from direct tax to indirect tax because him increase GCT, you understand, and SCT. So guess what? Him want to hide fan tax. Him and his family and his friend them to hide fan tax. And the Jamaican people them to suffer with tax. And same time I tell the people them say, oh no, Steve, say me no raise no tax. Me no raise no tax. For me no raise no tax. You understand? But in kill the people them with GCT and SCT and CT. See my that one tax people. So,
the people them have to make up for him the thief, you know. man, the thief, but he was forcing people them to pay it back.
Let me tell you something. Not in a lie. From I was a little boy, I used to listen, certain things about Kakuma, Anansi, and Tukuma. But not a lie. Trust me, him beat Anansi. Right? Arrow, him beat Anansi. Listen, man. And at the same time, what people need to understand, you know, right? As it relates to the way how Andrew Holness is doing this thing, right? Manipulating the laws.
Yeah, man.
And that's why, but go back now. Major, watch this now. The wickedest, because what Jamaica has done, what Jamaica realized, that Jamaica has created what you call a self-inflicted wound. And how did you create a self-inflicted wound? Let me remind Jamaica how you create the self-inflicted wound. In 2020, when you voted for Andrew Holness and give him such a win,
Yeah, man.
right? And have him have 49 members of parliament, right? And 14
Opposition.
for the opposition. That's why let me take off my glasses and now, because I get serious now with this thing, you know. And so then when Andrew Holness do certain things and use the 48 member, you understand? The 48 right now as it relates to what we see now, as it relates to the revenues, the 48 pilferers, right? What they have been done, what they have done, right, is to use and manipulate, you understand, their numbers, you understand, to what? Pass these laws to protect them, you understand, at the same time robbing the country's revenue. This is ultimate wickedness. But the people had done this to themselves. The Jamaican people had done this to themselves. Right? Remember, you know, in 2016, right? When Andrew Holness won, he won by 31. Remember, 63 members of parliament we have.
Yeah, man, very, very close.
And so then, Andrew Holness couldn't do them something in 2016.
Didn't have the vote.
Being opposed by Mark Golden. And that's why sometimes I am upset. I am upset when we hear people pressuring Mark Golden. You understand? We go do this, we go do that, stand up in at this, stand up in at that, oppose this, oppose that. People don't understand that, look here, Mark Golden don't have the numbers to oppose. It is straightforward and simple when I understand the politics. So for people who ask that Mark Golden now do this, Mark Golden now do that, Mark Golden, and listen, what people don't understand again, let me teach people something. Mark Golden can act, the opposition cannot act in the sense of acting like you want to interrupt the government and possibly make it seem like you want to overthrow the government. People will charge and go to prison. Want to see what happened to Patterson? Want to see what happened to Patterson? Right? So when people tell Mark Golden to do certain things, they don't understand that the opposition can't just oppose like that. You have a parliamentary process. You understand that you discuss these issues in parliament. And if you need to go to court, Mark Golden have to come out every time and I say, okay, all right, that issue, okay, all right, we'll take it to court and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Mark Golden has been doing a lot. And so then people, you see, the situation is, they make it bad, you understand, for Mark Golden to oppose. And at the same time, blaming Mark Golden not to oppose. Major, you ever hear anything about it?
The most I can say is this. Mark Golden has been fighting with one hand tied behind his back.
Exactly.
And what is frightening the current Prime Minister is where the leaks coming from.
Why?
You're not supposed to pick up leaks from anybody with one hand tied behind their back.
Yeah, that is true. But what we can tell you, Major, that me know for sure, so some of the leaks them come from Arrow, some of the leaks them come from Mystic, Sensation, some of the leaks them come from Wayne Lonesome, some of the leaks them come from Rattigan, Jeffrey, Andre Stevens, all of them. Leaks come from.
Major give somebody hottest lick them in a mysterious way, you know.
That's why we love Major, and that's why we love the Major for this program.
You see, I have a thing my father told me. Said the truth doesn't need any rehearsal.
Exactly, Major.
Yeah, man.
Now, what happened? I take everything as a lesson. I remember some time ago in a committee meeting, I asked the accountant, you know, the way you're talking, I just need to ask you, how much is 1 and 1? And the man looked me straight in the eye and said, how much do you want it to be?
Look at that.
I am telling you that we have some people handling our finances that have that attitude.
Yes.
I find it frightening that the person holding the steering wheel is asleep, and every time them lick an embankment, them blame it on the conductor.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember things that people would rather forget.
Yes.
How come the man in charge of our finances can't find the document that gave warning about SSL?
Yes.
And one, why didn't he pay more attention when them said it to him? And two, how it get hidden so deep?
Exactly, Major.
513. That's almost deliberate. I'm saying, let's be careful. That's almost deliberate. No, to me, that is either culpable or inefficient. Choose.
I think along the line of culpability.
Well, you must understand the tracks. The EOJ now runs the political ombudsman role.
Mm-hmm.
But the EOJ is appointed by the government. I go back to Hitler. Hitler used to say, tell them a lie, make it a big lie. Tell it repeatedly. Tell it with conviction. Tell it often enough and it becomes the truth.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yes. Here's something that what Carlos have up there, and which is definitely right in terms of what Carlos is saying there. They are tailoring the Constitution to fit snugly around this corrupt man. They must not touch our Constitution, and so right. I'm totally agree with that. What you said, Ara.
Yeah, definitely. Major just touched something.
Yes.
And Carlos talking about it in the week, and it bother me. It give me problem. I'm worried. I'm troubled. I'm troubled with the political ombudsman under the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister just trample all over our democracy. The Prime Minister steal our democracy the other day. We run a fair and square election. The Prime Minister lost the election. And before him go sit down, you see him bad up. I just want to look on him body language. Him bad up who him right. Bad up.
You're right.
And when him do the press, when him come do the press conference, he can't even smile. The man is so angry. He mad. The man come out, come announce him win.
Wouldn't you be angry with that empty parking lot?
That's it. Darrell Vaz at polling station open until 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, you know. 9 o'clock in command pan Cliff Hughes show, and when in command pan Cliff Hughes and the talk, it's an orange beer, and I think another one. People still voting because of ID. That was 9 o'clock. Listen me now, Byron.
Yes.
This is not something that the PMP can take lightly. We cannot go into the next general election with Andrew Holness running the EOJ and the political ombudsman at the same time. It have to match up before we going into the next election. He did something the other day.
Agreed.
And it seemed like he get away with it. If we don't mash up this Dally House with the EOJ and Andrew Holness running the EOJ,
yes,
we're going here singing a different song, you know, my brother.
But Aaron, certain behavior of Andrew Holness' wife was apparently clear now. And let me remind you of what happened, and I know that Major know about it. That when the Andrew Holness' wife took up herself, went into the KTMNC office, the electoral office, right? To query about counting. I mean, That is, come on.
Way outside of the norm.
That is way out of the norm, my friend. Way out of the norm. The Prime Minister wife did that. That is telling me, right, that they are actually venture into a pathway, right, as it relates to dictatorship. They want to force they want to force their governance onto the people. Hold on, let me answer this call. Yes, go ahead, caller. You're on Mystic Sensation.
Yeah, man. Good night. Good night.
Good night, my sister.
Good night.
Blessed love. Blessed love, mommy.
All right.
Few questions as a Jamaican person.
Yes.
Mr. Finson, this one I to you directly.
Okay.
As a former member of the JDF and a major, that means they have rank stripe on your shoulder. You want that happen, sir? With Mr. Keith Clark, so.
Oh.
Mr. Where they want to send a three ordinary soldier, lock him up and charge him for murder. No, me and my son, we there away and watch and him say, me want to go do soldier, but when he hear where me must say, move me, I go, you know. Is it taking a soldier, leave up a camp or anywhere in base and go up an operation without the head man, without somebody direct them?
No, they have to have directing.
Sorry, Mr. Finley, go ahead.
They have to have an officer in charge.
Soldier. All right, then go up an operation where them plan and tell him what to do, and people get dead. Why them charge them fees?
As a soldier, you're required to follow all lawful orders.
Right. So why is it now that the three soldier, when them say they after them rifle fire the shot will kill Keith Clark, why them are being dragged before the court and charged for this and charged for that?
Sorry, you missed the word lawful. You said all lawful orders.
Yeah, what happened to the man and the woman who instruct them to go there?
No, all right. You see, again, in this country, we have a habit of remembering the parts of the story that suit our narrative. Without going too far into it, let me tell you technically what happened. Whatever information led them to that house, I went and did a small investigation of my own. I was called there. The rifle strikes above the door and the windows were what you would call suppressing fire. In other words, you fired there not to fire into the house so much, but to keep people down so you can breach. Mr. Clark, by all intents and purposes, didn't know what the hell was happening. So he ushered his daughter and his wife into the back bedroom, hid them in the bathroom, and he climbed up into the cupboard at the top of the wardrobe. When the soldiers came in doing what is called a house clearing, they found the daughter and the wife in the bathroom. Mr. Clark, being up in the cupboard, didn't know who these soldiers were or whatever, and disembarked from the top cupboard in defense of his daughter and wife. And soldiers, being soldiers, responded to an unexpected arrival with a gun in the hand in the way soldiers are trained to do.
Wow.
Full stop.
Wow.
Nothing insidious. Full stop.
So that led down to them being charged.
I don't know how them organized that, because I was told that they were held not to be blamed, but I don't know who maneuvered it in the other direction. But I was told that this is what occurred. And I was not the one doing the investigation officially. So the people who do it officially must have the same information I do.
Yeah, I understand that. But to me and my young son, he must say, if me the camp man call me and send me, me go shoot down to Breeze. So if he expects a Breeze, I will get shot. So they should complain, no?
No, but it has to be a lawful order. I cannot, as a soldier, stand up in the middle of the road, point to an arbitrary person and say, kill that person. You are not bound to obey that order because technically it's not a lawful order. There would have to be circumstances surrounding it where the person is armed and dangerous or proves to be a danger to you or anyone surrounding you. But you can't just arbitrarily tell people go kill that person. It don't work that way.
So if me ever can buy me a soldier and my instructor, bigger man, send me somewhere and me refuse to go, what is a punishment to me?
Oh, that's not a good punishment. But you see, you must understand what makes you refuse. There are things they say you comply and then you complain. But no sergeant or officer or whatever in their right mind would give that kind of order in the JDF and expect it to just be swept under the carpet. Another reason I don't like soldiers out on the street around policemen. It's like walking around somewhere where there is somebody with measles or mumps. You stay them long enough, you must catch it.
Okay. My son, I listen, so
we run the risk.
Next thing.
We continually send them out there. We run the risk of turning our soldiers into policemen in green.
Oh. That is it.
The
style and big nose and jewelries. The next thing,
yes,
as Aromatic was saying, what step can the Jamaican people, what we can do to cool down and jewelries? When we say cool him down, he must doing too much and too blatant and nobody hold him accountable. What is it that we can do? This man is getting out of hand, bad brother.
Patience. Don't give
I am 54-year-old. This year election, big one, small one. And I never ever hear a prime minister announce an election before he go jail. I have never seen a polling station open 9 o'clock. I remember one time me I go vote, and time me young, I don't understand fully. I watch and cook for, so I say, you know, say me I cook before me go a polling station, and I lucky thing me could have run. When me run and reach a polling station, 2 minutes after 5 o'clock, poll close with me inside. Once you're in,
Yep.
Yes.
Me have to fly, go in there. No, it don't matter in democratic society. The prime minister, EOJ, ECJ, everybody in a what matter? No, me want to ask the question wide and far. What happened to Jamaican people? How would they do? They drugs with how are we? What wrong? Remember,
it happened once before, you know.
Percy, and I do not have like this.
Do you remember when they voted out Tiaga? Do you remember when they voted out Tiaga?
Yes, this and yes, that. And Shell, we have sitting.
Major is asking you a question. Major is asking you a question. Go ahead, Major.
Yeah.
Do you remember when they voted out Tiaga?
Yes.
You remember what Tiaga said before?
Me vote him out too.
He said, Siaga, it was after Gilbert. It was after Gilbert, and he thought he had done such a good job, he couldn't lose. And Siaga come out and say, if I don't win this election, God is sleeping. And the Jamaican people never burn down the country or nothing. They just waited. And when election day come, them line up and put them finger in the ink and go there and go sit and watch TV. It was a wipeout. I am predicting that if you keep watching this, you want to know what you want to do. If you don't agree, vote. For everybody to vote.
Exactly.
Finger is not just for trigger. This finger must be the ink.
Yeah, but by the time in call election, 18 months away, 18 something more than for the judgment there.
We
full time now, this man, we tired this man, brother.
Yeah, but we need to call Amnesty International.
I remember when, as a younger person, even when you work, I would do no, you know. One day, I tell you already, I book you up a put more, you know. And I have that question, you know. I say, like, oh, yeah, give parable. I said, you give me answer, you know. And the week after, me go and pass the exam, brother. So when we see people like Uno, and some of them, when they so rest in peace, gone, we used to have fear to want to be like Mr. Pinsy, we want to be like this man, we want to be like that man, we want to be a police, we want to be a soldier, we want to be a nurse, but they dream that when we hear we national pledge and national anthem, we turn up, we salute, we love, we nice. Welcome to Jamaica. Mr. Siaga did bad. Nothing good about him much, but he never have like Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness come to rule and conquer and send poor people upon them one another. Andrew Holness make young people them tap last school and take up scamming big time. Andrew Holness and his wife. You know, so when I used to have bad pick me and bad this and that, but never. You ever see pick me and left school and a my book and take up scamming? Because what? Going to school and getting all this subject and this, you don't have no future. So, if you don't get a work in a call center where that can do. I mean, want me ask Admat, Bartlett, Brooks, Golden, then right, Chuck, Babsy, Grange. Who not in there from Matthews at that time? You know, me just tell me, say, no, take up Andrew Holness as a son to Uno. When you know, make the place him and come and him and rule you all out and he control you all out. Uno now shame. We don't say things that used to happen because there's nothing way around to school. But never did Jamaica Labour Party stay like this. Uno is you say all you Babsy, you don't see a right hand, you're going to see me. And then go and run from you and say, no, not take time. Hold on. So that they don't go tell you. Uno in there too long. We take this man and do all this when I come from now like myself. I can turn Jamaica in a thing what we call it, we parliament on pronouns, man I walk out from Jamaican people and people and go right that nice. When PG in there, when they lick PG and then the young thing is the PG do. I look at 9 glass. And when he get up and fire and shot, that's it. See, I can never do that to Manly. I'll do Manly in a right part. For this country, and nobody no go black hole, nobody no demonstrate, nobody no do nothing. The media just drop it. Slam bam. No. I want an article where barbecue say barbecue talking and one word but you mean chat French, me not chatting but the translator say any foreign people come in country, he must treat them like invader. Barbecue said that out of mouth, any foreign people come in country, he must treat them like invader. How do you treat an invader? Then come and make sure let the people then work to go and get you, know. And
I have
turn and dance and tell me little boy,
as usual.
him alone, me have my just 13 and him alone, me cancel about. Not him alone, but you know, as a mother to a baby.
Yes.
And me learn.
All right.
I have to run, but let me leave you with a suggestion.
Yes. Is no young pray. We want work, man. Somebody can rise up.
All right.
And give the Prime Minister an excuse for martial law. What I'm saying is this. I give you a suggestion. We took up a whole heap of people off of the road.
I mean, no one thing just left them kick the boxman with money when thief. Put in a coppers, make we buy burn unit. Make we buy hospital bed, make we buy CT scan for the hospital them. Make we buy toilet paper and bed linen. Oh.
All right. Bless up yourself, young sister.
Yeah, man, bless up. In can't bless up.
All right.
Nothing can bless up.
All right. Cool.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, good night.
All
right, thanks.
All right. Look.
All right, good night.
Let us adjust the
Major want to say something.
Okay, Major. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Major.
I need to cut, but let me just leave you with this.
Yes.
We took up a whole heap of youngsters and carried them to camp, go train them.
Out on the road.
And then we send them back out.
On the road.
I have a suggestion. Send for them now. Put on back the uniform and send them go Haiti. That way we keep the regular trained soldiers here to take care of our problems and send the ones we train over there to help them with theirs. Other than that, we're leaving youngsters out of street to become militias. And pretty soon we'll grow our own barbecues.
Hold the line. Hold the line.
Yes.
That is my little suggestion.
Major, before you go, I just tip into that. And as you said, why would they train so many young men with taxpayers' money and just send them out on the road? And I was wondering to myself, I wonder if this is a psychological move from this administration to train young man, military style, big weapon and all that. And then you just let them go back on society. Don't care, nothing. I'm just saying, this is a strategic move by this administration, you know what I mean, to create havoc amongst us.
You look and sound like a well-read man. So you probably understand what I'm about to say. Have you ever heard of Pavlov's dogs?
Pavlov's dogs?
No,
I don't.
There was a man named Pavlov who trained his dogs to salivate and come for food when he rang the bell.
Oh, it's have to do with psychology. We did it in nursing school.
Oh, okay.
It's a conditioning of the mind.
So what you do is your condition. It's an unfortunate analogy because of how close to our situation it is verbally.
Yeah.
Yes.
You train the dogs to salivate and come looking for food when you rang the bell. You could have a whole set of Pavlov's dogs sitting out there waiting. So I'm just saying you could have.
Yeah.
You could.
It's sad. It's sad. All right.
You know it?
Yeah.
It is called Hitler Youth. When Hitler was taking over Germany, he used Hitler's youth.
Yes. All right. Hold on a minute now, Major. Let me just answer the scholar. Yes, scholar, you're on Mystic Sensation Lab. Go ahead.
Yeah, good night. It's just a quick question may I ask. You're gonna be on a Rockingham program tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Commissioner,
Yes,
sir.
Repeat that.
I was out all night last night in the field.
Okay. All right. So, Major, I want to say, enough thanks, right, to make it on the program. We really appreciate that. We learn a lot from you, Major. And, you, over here, you have a hope and welcome. So,
right.
once again, we are so happy for you to pass through. All right.
Bless.
Have a wonderful weekend, Major.
I will do my best.
And get some rest.
No, that I intend to do.
Exactly. Thank you, Major.
Bless you.
All right.
Thank you for your service, boss.
Okay. All right. Yes, Carla, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good
night to you and the panel.
Yes.
I've been listening to the program ever since it started this evening.
Oh, yes.
And boy, I tell you, this program is really something.
Thank you.
Some of the things that I'm hearing of how this Prime Minister operate, it's very frightening. I mean, I've never heard any other Prime Minister in Jamaica behave that way and make it look as if he's in the pulpit.
So sad. So sad.
He has this charismatic criminal way about him that I don't even think that most people who get the information that you are giving out tonight really believe. I mean, the man is such a criminal that, he just fool his base, as he calls them.
Yes.
His base. Yes. But, I listen to a radio station. And in the mornings when they are signing in at about 5 o'clock, they give you their frequencies and all of that. And one of the things that they have always said is that the station is owned by Aeronautical Communication Service, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, I'm hearing them saying that, and they're adding to it a division of the office of the Prime Minister.
Oh, yes.
And I'm wondering, how can this be? I don't know. I mean, is it the same with other radio stations? And because I know one particular radio station owns about 6 or 5, including the Gleaner.
Mm-hmm.
And it is been noticed that mainstream media is not pushing out any information, hardly any information. All the information that they push out is what you guys have already put on here.
Oh, yes.
So something is wrong. I mean, the Prime Minister is putting everything under his control.
And that is the ultimate wrong.
Under his control. And it seems like the people who sit around him is so dedicated to him that they don't even think about Jamaican people and say, no, man, we cannot continue to allow this gentleman to treat the people of Jamaica like this.
It's really sad, my brother. Because what we have seen, it's obvious signs of dictatorship, right? It's the first in history where you have a Jamaica Prime Minister having 19 agencies under his responsibility, and particularly PBCJ. And so then he controlled the narrative, right?
Yes.
And this is the ultimate wrong, because you can see where now we have freedom of speech being intruded on. And he's not hiding it, right? You have a situation as it relates to the muzzling of the Integrity Commission by passing the Integrity Commission Act, Section 53, subsection 3, right, where they can't speak, right, on any investigation being initiated, right, and set up processes and all of that in terms of suppressing information. It just overwhelming. It's just overwhelming. The society, it is just unbearable.
He allows his ministers to perform act of criminality so that he can have them under his control.
Yes.
Yes, he knows that they know. He knows their thoughts.
Yes, I love how you put it.
They sit down there, and they watch him and his wife trample on them, and they can't say nothing.
Exactly.
They can't say nothing because he knows that they know what kind of thing they do. Can you imagine? It is wide on the street that a developer doesn't have to go through normal protocol to get license or his plan for his development. As long as he can give a certain minister 2 or 3 of his apartments.
Oh boy. Gone, man. Gone to the dog.
We have all of these problems with these. A man have a plan for a 2-bedroom house, and you see him putting up a 10-story building because the certain minister have to get 2 of the apartments for himself. It's sad,
Exactly. Sad.
In Jamaica.
Well,
yes, man, it's very, very sad.
Yeah, that's it. So
and some of the things that we saw it coming, For example, there is a talk these days about Chris Tufton and the amount of money that he cannot give account for. If we can remember, when this guy was Minister of Agriculture, he gave Arbin Hill, I believe, between 63 and 65 million dollars to form a company to sell the sugar factories in Jamaica.
Look at that.
And when he was questioned, when the public questioned it, he said, "Oh, it's chump change."
Right.
Chump change.
Very serious concerns.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, man. These people, they're gone way above normal slavery. I think if Al Capone was alive today, he would have said, "Nah, sir. Them money are good."
Exactly.
Them money are big.
Make Al Capone look like baby.
Like he wasn't trying at all.
You're so right, Carlo. Yeah. So right. All right,
yes,
Carlo.
Man. So anyway, you guys keep up the work.
Thank you.
If it was a phone, Bertrand, we don't know what we would get news from. We wouldn't know nothing. We would be in the dark.
Yes, and we are glad that we are here. We have Aromatic as well. He's on the panel, so subscribe to him because he's one of us who spitting out the information that that we need to know. All right, so support him as well, Aromatic. Right?
I have already gone down that avenue. I mean, he's just one of them, along with Wayne Lawston and the rest of the guys.
All right.
I'm only saying that we are happy for you guys because
thank you.
Mainstream media doesn't care about us, the public, anymore.
I know. Right. All right.
So you take care.
Yeah, man. Have a wonderful weekend.
And a good weekend.
All right.
And Arrow, bless up yourself, my brother. You're doing great.
All right.
Manners and respect, man. Love.
This country will reward you one day for the work that you're doing.
All right.
Yes, man.
Yeah. All right.
Yes,
bless up.
Brother.
Blessings.
Love, man.
All right. Oro, I know
Yes.
that you have burnt yourself because you're coming from work and so
Yeah.
forth and so forth. So if you have other things to do, then we wish you, right? Because of course you have exhausted your time, and we don't want to burn you out like that, right?
Yeah.
But let me say this: people remember, you understand, to go over aromatic, endorse
That's
aromatic,
right.
right? And
That's right.
support, right? Because he's out there with us, right? Blazing the fire, right? So Aro, peace, my brother. You understand?
Yes, man.
All right.
Before I go, just it's a pleasure. Anytime I'm in the company of you, Mr. Finzi.
Yes.
Most of the time the audience have to know this is my time. I am also in class. I am a part of the host, but I'm also in class.
Yes.
You always have to open your cranium to solid doctrine.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So I always writing, listening, doing this, doing that.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I'm taking notes because
Yes.
I'm also in class. You know
Yes.
what I mean? We can't make them knowledge and just escape. So I'm going. So stay
Bless it.
tuned, mistake.
All right.
And the queen in the house.
All right.
Blessed viewers and subscribers.
All right.
Mad love.
Mad love. All right. Yes, so that was aromatic. People remember to bless up and endorse aromatic. Yes, Carla, Mystic Sensation here live.
Greetings. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Yes, blessed my brethren.
All right. Yeah, man. Blessings to you and aromatic. Sorry, I'm gone already.
All right.
I wanted to intervene.
Okay.
All right. But here what happened now? Something happened the other day. Jamaicans really see the seriousness of it. The government walk out of their own. You know that if the king walk off him throne, him can't come back. Them have the majority. They are the ruling party.
Yes.
The parliament is theirs.
Yes.
If the opposition walk out, we can understand that. But you as the government, get up. It was led by the leader of the party, which means this is not a joke thing, that you get up and walk out of the House of Parliament. You know what them do? Them abandon Jamaica right there, so.
Yes. But Carla, let me say something to you.
Abandon the position as government.
Yeah, I heard what you said, but let me tell you something. The amount of corruption as it relates to this Jamaica Labour Party government, I don't expect any better from Andrew Holness. When I'm saying that to you, I don't expect nothing better from Andrew Holness, because listen, man, I am anticipating even worse to come. Let me say that to you.
Yes.
I am anticipating.
Yes, I agree.
So I don't expect anything better from that man. Nothing better from him. Yes, go ahead, Carl.
Yes, you say, all right. Andrew is of this kind of temperament where him tell him lie them so much that him start to believe them.
Diabolical.
His behavior. Yes, I think him worse than that. I think him is psychotic state.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you.
Him just behave. Yes, man. I think him reach a psychotic stage. Right now, if you look at how he move, he moves like something wrong with him brain. Because if you notice, somebody just get glassy from the idea, like the man just look different. It's like him take on the looks of Lucifer.
Yes.
I saw him look.
Exactly.
The way him talk is like how Lucifer would be commanded. That's how
Carla, one thing we can tell you right now, that Satan don't want Andrew Holness down ahead. And the worst if the man Juliet go down there. Because he go change, he's going to change.
Yes,
You understand the standing orders in a state and parliament?
Yeah.
Trust me. Right? So Carla, big up yourself. All right?
Yes.
And have a wonderful weekend.
To continue the job. Yeah?
All right.
Continue the job.
Thank you.
Blessings.
Blessings.
And all the others.
Yes.
You are the architects of Jamaica.
Thank you, my brother.
Blessed love.
Blessing. All right. Let me answer that person what you put up there, because I don't want that person to think that I am avoiding her information. I want to all right. So yes. So the situation, as we have seen the revelation as it relates to the Admat situation, right? And out of that, the 2 points that we take out, right, that we took from there is, of course, illicit enrichment is coming through that, and of course, clear tax evasion, right? Now, where you have the Prime Minister, and this is extremely serious, you found it. This is extremely serious. Okay, before I go there, let me just speak to Debbie Jervis. Byron, I most respectfully disagree with you on this. Mark Golden should still oppose to the corruption. Doesn't matter what his numbers are. The PNP can still voice their opposition, right, to the nonsense. Debbie, let me say that I agree with you 100%. I don't think I am saying that Mark Golden is not to oppose. I would definitely be wrong. But what I'm saying is that persons who been saying in you know that Mark Golden should oppose this and oppose that, right? I'm saying that not everything, right, that Mark Golden can oppose, because Mark Golden has been opposing several things. But the thing about it, Debbie, the mainstream media is not giving, right, a lot of aerial space to Mark Golden, right? And so then it would appear that Mark Golden is not doing anything. But Mark Golden, in terms of what I know, right, is opposing, right, and I mean opposing consistently. Mark Golden is doing that because, all right, many of us don't know that many situations, Mark Golden has taken the government to court, right, on several occasions. Mark Golden took him to court, but I think that maybe people are saying that, okay, might be it should be more active, coming out in the public and so forth. So Debbie, I don't disagree with you when you saying that, of course, Mark Golden need to oppose. Yes, I believe that, you understand, Mark Golden need to oppose, right? But my argument is that, of course, you understand, he's opposing, but you know, not coming out might be publicly, you know, well, I mean, you know, but I agree with you, Debbie, right, that, you understand, he needs to oppose. I do agree with that. I am not saying that he's not to oppose. So I do agree with that. But people, let us say this now. When we look on the Admat revelation, right, and what we have seen coming out there, the Prime Minister explained to the Integrity Commission, right, that his wealth generation, his generation of wealth, right, has to do with loans, right, mortgages, and so forth. And then none of those evidence can be established. No, we're the Prime Minister, right? is explaining his source of wealth, right, cannot be established. And people look, the Prime Minister, right, sent in his statutory declaration for 2021, but what happened? Cannot be certified. Mark Golden, right, processed his statutory declaration 2021. What happened? Mark Golden's statutory declaration certified. The Prime Minister statutory declaration for 2022 cannot be certified. Mark Golden processed his statutory declaration for 2022. Mark Golden certified. And so then let us presume that if you have problem as it relates to 2021 and 2022, obviously you are going to have problem 2023. So you are telling me, and then not only that, Mark Golden statutory declaration is also going to be certified. Right? And here Serene Sue said 2024 is the year of revelation, and she's serious. It is obviously the year of revelation. So what are you saying, Andrew? What are you saying, Prime Minister? Are you saying that the people need to look past this? Where you're not going to have, you understand, 3 consecutive years. Your statutory declaration cannot be certified, sir. And simultaneously, that you having this problem of your statutory declaration cannot be certified. What seems to be happening here? Also, $1.7 trillion. So bear that in mind. You know. Not only that your statutory declaration cannot be certified, and plus you have an Illicit 6 that need to be spoken on. Illicit 6. Illicit 6 that needs to be spoken on. Right? Being suppressed cannot be revealed. What is going on with you, Andrew? What is going on with you? It is serious. It is definitely serious. And you cannot be saying to the electorate that they need to look past this and vote for you no matter what you're promising, no matter what you're coming out and Andrew Holness, let me say this to you. If you even promise that heaven is going to move from heaven and come to earth, no one needs to listen to you. No one should listen to you. Absolutely no one should listen to you. If your statutory declaration cannot be certified and make things worse, you are prepared, right? As soon as you get into power, you and your 48 members of parliament are decided on not signing the code of conduct. The code of conduct that consists of the 7 primary rules of how, right, the members of parliament need to articulate themselves, right, and ensure good governance and honest. If you look and you're not hiding your wrongdoing, you know. You are playing, you are so playing with it. You are so playing with it. Right? Millicent, him running the place under dictatorship. Yes, Millie. He put a gag order. No one, not even the integrity commissioners, open their mouth. Yes, Millie, you are so right. Right? He want to gag, everyone. Everyone. Right? Because he has a DPP supporting him. Right? Has a DPP supporting him and own a single-handedly corrupt the criminal justice system. Have the criminal justice system corrupted? Most of these corruptors, they've done their crime so plain. The president for the National Water Commission, right? The DPP pointed it out that yes, you've breached this and you breached that. But as a result of statute of limitation, and where the DPP articulate that investigators and the prosecutors need to work together. So don't believe that I'm just blaming the DPP because the DPP is right as it relates to statute of limitation. Yes, there's a statute of limitation, and the DPP aware of the statute of limitation, and the DPP had boasted in our conference that a prudent DPP must work in tandem with investigators, right? So that they can have a solid case. So then, if you know that the president for the National Water Commission corrupted, why then you didn't work with the investigators? You understand? To expedite the process. Having the evidence of wrongdoing. Why didn't you do that, DPP? Why didn't you do that? You have another situation on your hand, DPP. You have another situation, Paula Lovelin, where Patrick Bailey is concerned, and every time I come on this platform, I speak on it because justice needs to be done. It is the clear corruption that people are seeing on the one-sidedness. Now, on some situation, right, you reserve yourself so much that you're absolutely missing from some. But yet, the Vibes Cartel case, let me talk about it. The Vibes Cartel case, even when ruling handed down from the Privy Council, right, as it relates to Tampa jury. But hell has no fury like a woman's scorn, right? You still bent because you want to go off of Vibes Cartel. DPP, you're not, this is the way how you balance justice. You bent because to yourself, you have to get him one way or the other. And even if the Privy Council let him off, right, to even punish him further, right, you must try the case again at the expense of taxpayers. Right? The blatant corruption that you know of a tainted jury. Right? And then what? You swap justice as it relates to what? As I come to you, saving court time and saving expense. Right? You sacrifice justice when justice needs to be done. When they need to dismiss all the jury. Right? And then, remember, there's an established case that PJ Patterson had spoken about that had already established. So you should know about that case. You should know the precedents that set in that case. And having to know that precedents in that case, then why did you go contrary? Why did you go contrary? Right? To pursue Vibes Cartel. This seems very personal right now. Extremely personal. And yet, Patrick Bailey there in Vibes Cartel case, they don't have a body. I'm not here saying that, okay, Vibes Cartel guilty or is not guilty. I'm not here for that. This is not a trial court, but I'm just looking from the outside and speaking as it relates to how I balance justice. To say here you have a man out there, Patrick Bailey, where someone died in his home. There is no tampering as it relates to entry. Right? And this man cannot be prosecuted. All no, this man cannot be prosecuted. But yet, Even when the Privy Council quash vice cartel conviction, you're so heated, right? You're so heated inside that you can't take the defeat. You understand? You are finding ways and means, and by any means necessary, you are going to try the case again. While Patrick Bailey left out there. Oh, you explain that, Paul Lovely. Tell us how you balance that justice. Right? How do you balance that justice in yourself as it relates to your moral platform? How did you do that? How do you do that? In the same breath that I had just spoken, right? You have the National Water Commission person, right? Guilty of the offense. But yet, statute of limitation, right? Utilized there simply means there was no step in expediency. But when it comes to vice cartel, you will move mountains. You will go the extra mile to punish them. To punish them. So when you're on your knees, Paula Lugalin, what do you pray to God and say? When you're on your knees. Because that to me, looking at the overall picture, is just not justice. And as I said, I am not here to determine whether Vybz Kartel is guilty or is not guilty. I am looking on the abuse of the process. And the abuse is extreme. Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, that is where I am going to cease for tonight. I want to say a big thanks to you all, right? To always make it on a Friday to listen to Mystic Sensation. And of course, remember, you know, as it relates to Aromatic who join us now and then, right, to support Aro, right? And of course, I'll be on Ratigan tomorrow. So make sure people you pass through, right? We have issues to discuss as it relates to good governance. And of course, we'll be speaking on these issues. All right, so that's it, wifey. Handing over the baton to you. All right.
Okay. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We really appreciate each and every one. Thank you to all the new subscribers, and really had a very insightful discussion tonight. Thank you for participating and making it such a wonderful discussion. So as you know, how I always my feeling on what is going on in terms of how we deal with it, and for me, passive resistance is the way to go, because it doesn't make any sense we go out there and then we start losing lives and stuff. Yeah, you can go and you can march in the streets quietly, but remember that you need you're gonna need permits for that. And I'm sure that the government is gonna put up resistance to issue permits for demonstration in Jamaica and stuff, especially when it comes to against the government. Time is the master, and general election is close. All we have to do is continue to put out and educate the people as to what is really going on,
yes,
so that we can make informed, intelligent decisions. The finger is very powerful. This thing here, it's very powerful. It makes prime ministers and it breaks prime ministers.
So true.
So, on election day, all we have to do, I know a lot of people are weary about the politics in Jamaica, and they don't trust the politicians, but a new day is dawning. A new day is dawning. Social media is here to help to hold them accountable. The internet has made the world into a very small place. And it's not like before when they can go out and they can use their bully pulpits, or they use their pulpits out there when they're campaigning and they talk a bunch of nonsense. It's not recorded. And then they can deny that they didn't say that. But no, with the internet, everything is there. There's always the footprint. You can go back and pull it up and say, this is what you said at this point in time. So you cannot deny it.
Yeah, they can't come and say that, okay, it is People's National Party who caused FinSac, because we can go back into the internet, find the information and present it and show them, okay, it is not PNP caused FinSac, FinSac caused by Dan Crawford and Edward Philip George Siaga.
Okay. All right. So again, thank you. Guys, really appreciate each and everyone joining us on this Friday night. So we are going to go into Jeopardy. What time is it? Okay. Sorry guys, I'm just tired because I worked today, but I've been working since week. So we are going to go into Jeopardy. Let me just bring up the template. So remember, we're paying for credits. It's $1,000 for the person with the most points tonight. We also will have 4 runners up of $500 credits each, Digicel or Flow, and it's in Jamaican dollars. So the questions are in the form of a statement. We're going to answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a person, you answer who is, and then the answer, if it's a place or thing, then you answer what is, and then you start with what is, and then give the answer. I need the orange book to give it to on, and then give the answer. Let me just expose the template, and let me just get rid of the logo here so you can see. Okay. All right, so the categories for tonight are Caribbean islands, Jamaican foods, mathematics, people of the Bible, and animals. So to start, you're going to throw out a category, the first one that I see that we're going to start with. So everyone who's tuning out, have a wonderful and blessed weekend, and I hope you have a wonderful and productive, I'm getting tongue-tied, productive week. Really love and appreciate each and every one of you. Okay, Colleen Stewart, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right. So persons are reminding to give a like and can continue to share it so it reach more people, so more people can be empowered through knowledge or information. Okay, Debbie, have a good night. All right, so Andrew is saying Jamaican foods for 500. So of course you can't have great Caribbean food without trying some great Caribbean soups. This special soup is made of goat's head, feet, and intestine. Yikes. So I have options for the answers there with the A, B, or C. So you can just put the answer with the A, B, or C. So those are the options to choose from. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. All right, and the answer is what is Manish water? So it's made of goat's head, feet, and the intestine, or pour water, as we'd say in Jamaica. Put here by your chest. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response.
Start?
Yep, I'm just looking to see. All right. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life.
All right.
Then Andrew. Rosalie D, welcome, welcome.
And how much points for Truck Life?
500.
What?
Also Manish Water. Semanish.
500?
You have to put what is and then the letter or the words. Donmel also came in with the correct response. Janet, Claudette B, welcome. Have to put what is and then the answer. Natty also got that correct. Okay. All right, so and take note and spelling is perfect. Yes. Try and get the spelling correct. All right, so Truck Life is continuing with food for 400. And Rel also came in with Manish Water, but remember, guys, it's in the form of a question that you answer, so it is what is. All right, so he says 400. This dish is another one of the great Jamaican dishes. It is pickled, cooked in herbs, spices, and coconut milk. Oftentimes, you'll find it with a side of roasted green bananas and roasted breadfruit. Choose whether A, B, or C. So, which of it is the great dish? Which is pickled, cooked in herbs, spices, and coconut milk. Oftentimes, you'll find it with a side of roasted green bananas and roasted breadfruit. What? Everybody's supposed to run out on that.
Wait, that depends because
I think H, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Oh, Uriel, I need the number from you for last week's. What you can do is message me the number that you want your credit from last week sent to on WhatsApp, and let me know whether it's digital or flow, please. I think I messaged you last night. I need to check back if you had answered, but if you hadn't responded, I'm still waiting on the information. So you can just message it to me on the WhatsApp number, please. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is mackerel rundown, or C, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. All right, Andrew. 400 points for Andrew. What is C? Then Truck Life, Hyacinth, Rundown, Mackerel Rundown, Rosalie, Janet, Semanish. So got that correct. Donmel, Claudette, and Janet C. Yeah, you guys can make it short by putting in just the letters, just to reduce on the amount of words that you have to type. Okay, thank you for still being here, mixing. Hope work not too busy for you right now. Get up on the grind. So it go. Hope you're keeping warm because the snow come down today. I don't know when we're going to really get spring. If we're going to have spring, or we're just going to run straight into summer, I don't know. This minute it's warm and hot, and the next minute it's very cold. Okay, and Danny, your internet is slow, so if you can refresh, you're lagging behind. Oh, Danny also came in with the answer. Cheryl, welcome, Cheryl. Happy Friday. All right, so let's see. So he's saying Jamaican food for 300. This is another one of the characteristic Jamaican foods that you can find as street food or as an appetizer inside a Jamaican restaurant. These are meat pies with the pastry crust on the outside filled with chicken, beef, seafood, or whatever flavor you like. So you have your options below, so choose the correct one. So this is another one of the characteristics Jamaican food, and it's served on the street as an appetizer or as a street food, and also inside Jamaican restaurant, and it is stuffed with meat. Outside is the pastry crust filled with chicken, beef, seafood, or whatever flavor you like. All right, and I see the answers that I'm looking for, and it is, what is Jamaican patty? So what is a patty? So that is C. All right, so let's see who came in with the correct response, and everybody run out. Welcome, welcome, Ricardo. Happy Friday.
Ricky the boat.
And him run up on the board as him coming.
Ricky the
300 points for Ricardo. Trucklife, Rosalie.
300 points. Ricky, get this?
Danmel, Semanish, Sonia, Janet, Claudette, Uriel, Rel, Hyacinth. Everybody run out and everyone got that. Mixing everybody. All right. So Arlene also, Alorine, sorry, also got that. Because it's the parent don't call me name. All right, so that's how the answers came in. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points?
Okay, so score as it is. Ricardo, 300 points. Andrew, 400 points. Truck Life, 500 points.
Look here, Andrew, don't mix me. Don't call me that. No mixing. It's not like fair food, not like our soup. Ricardo said Bible like 300. Bible for 300. All right, so people of the Bible, this nameless woman is known for being turned into a pillar of salt. This nameless woman is known for being turned into a pillar of salt. Now, people make a Sunday school teacher proud. Can remember when you're dealing with a person, it is who is. All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is Lot's wife. They only termed her in the Bible as Lot's wife. They never actually gave her a name, and that is for 300 points. And let's see who picked up those 300 points. Ricardo, 300 points. Truck Life, I think, but what is? So who is, okay, we got Lot's wife, but no, a lot of persons put what instead of who. So who is, yes, there we go. 15 also got that. All right, so that's all the answers. They call her Salt Wife. Okay, so choose the next. So it said Bible for 400. That really salt for true, real Salt Wife. This man is known for his dream interpretations and for a colorful coat. This man is known for his dream interpretations and for a colorful coat. All right, so everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Joseph. So Joseph had the coat of many colors. I think it was given to him by his father, and that made his brothers jealous. And then they sold him into slavery. All right, so that is for 400. I hope my domestic school teacher proud by saying that. I think that's how it went. All right, so let me see where it started. Okay, so Ricardo for 400 points. And Truck Life, Donmel, Rosalie, Claudette, Cheryl, Semanish, Vivian, oops, almost wrote, and Rel, done it. That's how the answers came in.
All right, score as it is. Andrew on 400 points, Truck Life 500 points, Ricardo 1,000 points.
Okay, Irene also came in with Joseph. All right, so he's saying Bible for 500, so he's keeping it Bible.
Keeping it Bible.
This man wrote most of the letters to churches in the New Testament. This man wrote most of the letters to churches in the New Testament, and it's a double point answer. So whoever gets this correct first will get 1,000 points. All right, so run out, everybody. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Let me refresh in the meanwhile. And it is, who is Paul? So Paul wrote letters to the churches in the New Testament. All right, and that is for 1,000 points because it's double point answer. So let's see who picked up those 1,000 points.
1,000 points?
I mean, I have to tell you, just write the 1,000 points down. Ricardo.
Well,
Rosalie, Semanish, they have to answer correctly, but they're not as quick as Ricardo. Need to try and be a bit faster. Claudette,
Ricardo,
that may have to anybody gets Ricardo. Andrew, Alreen, Danette, Vivian, yep, that's how the answers came in. Rel also got Paul, but didn't put who is. Okay. He's saying Jamaican food for 200. This is another popular fish dish that you should try, especially if you love whole fish. The dish name actually refers to meat or fish that is spiced up and cooked in some form, that should be form of acidic mixture, creating this Jamaican dish, which is fried, crispy, and has a tangy / sour flavor. And you have 3 options there. So it's a popular fish dish, and it is actually referred to meat or fish that is spiced up and cooked in some form of acidic mixture. So it's pertaining to the mixture, creating this Jamaican dish, which is fried, crispy, and has a tangy / sour flavor. All right. Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Everybody run out. And it is, what is escovitch? So it is C, so escovitch fish. And that is for 200 points. Let's see who picked up those 200 points. So let's start there. Andrew, for 200 points. Don, Mel, Hyacinth, Rosalie, Semanish, Cheryl, Claudette, Lloyd, Rel, everybody run out on it and got it. Vivian, Jane, Joan, still here. Thank you so much for still being here. And Alreen, yeah, everybody ran out and got it. Welcome, David. Coming in, looking in. Happy Friday. How are you, Delco?
Score as it is: Chuck Life on 500 points, Andrew 600 points, Ricardo 2,000 points.
All right. So Jamaican food for 100 is finishing it off. If there's one goat or even curry dish you would like to try in a Jamaican restaurant, it is this one, which definitely has an Indian influence that can be tasted. And you have 3 options there. And again, you can just put the letters just to decrease the amount of typing you have to do. So if there's one goat or even curry dish you would like to try in a Jamaican restaurant, it is this one, which definitely has an Indian influence that can be tasted. All right, so everybody run out on that one. And it is, what is curry goat? Curry is the giveaway there. And then goat. All right, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Who first came in with the correct response? David for 100.
David for 100?
Yeah, Chuck Life, Andrew, Samanish, Hyacinth, Rosalie, Claudette, Rel, Joan, no, oops, didn't put what is, Danet, Vivian also got that, Lloyd, yep, Alreen, Samani, welcome. Work late tonight. Okay, I hope work is over for you now and you're going home. I hope you got home safely to get some rest, or if you're on your way, safe travels. There was a such man call me and him know I work my day. Look, you're not getting between you and Ricardo, you know. Choose the next category and for how many points? David. Okay, Bible for 200. This guy got tossed overboard and swallowed by a big fish. Everybody run out to the name of the guy. This guy, remember who is? This guy got tossed overboard and swallowed by a big fish. Thank you, Samani. Really appreciate the continued support and your endorsement. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, who is Jonah who got swallowed by the whale? All right, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. David. Then Truck Life, Rosalie.
David,
Hyacinth,
points for that?
200. Hyacinth, Lloyd, Donmel, Claudette, well, we'll give up on putting who is.
So the score as it is: David on 300 points, Truck Light 500 points, Andrew 600 points, Ricardo 2,000 points.
Let's see what happened. Sorta, not really. David, it depends. All right, and then David is saying Bible for 100, but try and get the spelling correct, please. Don't just throw something out there that looks like it. All right, so this man was the giant fought by David. So name the giant. This man was the giant fought by David, and that is for 100 points. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Oh, Ricardo, here you over David for going hold the fort. Come realize since you come, you been drop off. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is Goliath. So Goliath was slain by David with the stone. All right, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. So David for 100, Trucklife, Sonia, Rosalie, how do you write it again? Okay, Semanish, Rel, Cheryl, Lloyd, Claudette, Vivian, no, sorry. Same to you, Alreen, and thank you so much again for tuning in. Really appreciate you being here. Okay, but who is? Then it also came in with Goliath, but the keyboard sort of changed it there. All right, okay, Alreen also came in with that. Oops. You need to block him number. Maybe the need for block him number. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, Joe, you see me cite the rake, David, from him realize you're coming in gone. Coming in gone if you hold it for that, don't know you're busy. All right, max for 100. The number of forts in a hole. How many forts are there in a hole? How many forts are there in a hole? Or how many quarters are there in a hole? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, not Elaine, and it is what is 4. So 4 quarters or 4 fourths make up a whole. And that is for 100 points. Let's see who picked up those points. I have refreshed. David, oh my goodness. Trucklife, Tanya.
David, how much?
100. Tanya, Danmel, Rosalie, Cheryl, Semanish, done it. Everybody run out with 4. So everybody is correct. So choose the next category and for how many points, David?
So the score as it is, David on 500 points, Trucklife 500 points, Andrew 600 points, Ricardo 2,000 points.
Okay, saying math for 200. Miss Burns is baking pies. She makes 9 cherry pies with 5 slices in each pie. Miss Burns have this many slices of pies. Everybody run out. So she's baking pies. She makes 9 cherry pies, and each pie have 5 slices. How many slices does she have in all? Everybody run up on that one. Okay, I see the answer, and it is what is 45. So 9 pies, 5 slices each equal 45. 9 times 5 equal 45. So that's 200 points. Let's see who picked up those 200 points. David, Truck Life, Rosalie, Sonia. So David, 200 points. Simonet, Cheryl, Danette, Vivian, or that's just Vivian, Lloyd, okay, hope you feel better soon, Alreen. Take something for the sinus, and make sure you take your blood pressure medication. Okay, 45. Okay, so answers. Yeah, everybody ran out on that and got the answer correct. You wrote those down, those 200 points.
Yeah.
All right. David, saying animals are 100. Same thing here, Already. I'm trying my best to concentrate. I'm having a headache, eye ache, facial ache. All right. This is the farm animal that we get wool from. This is the farm animal that we get wool from, and that is for 100 points. Okay, David, thank you so much for joining in. Although, what's another name? No, come back here. Oreo cheesecake or Mr. what? Bagga. Mr. Bagga not back here. All right, I see. Okay, and it's saying drink water. Watching it down, that one. I forgot upstairs. Some water, drink done. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is a sheep? So sheep is the answer, and that is for 100 points. So let's see. All right, so Andrew, 100 points. Truck Life, Daniel, Sonia, well, same family. Semanish, Rosalie, Cheryl, Ben, same family. Lloyd, Claudette, Danette, Joan also came in with the correct answer. Well, same family. Every time I say back up, I have to laugh. He didn't name himself. True. Oh, she have to try and type fast. Over here it's Olympic fingers and what you call it there, alien Wi-Fi's. Welcome, chilling with Ali and Molly. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate you passing through. All right, Andrew is saying animals. Animals for 200. This shark has a head shaped like a tool. Name the shark. This shark has a head shaped like a tool. Many more leaves. This shark has a head shaped like a tool. Welcome, Daniel. Happy Friday.
Score as it is. Truck Life on 500 points. Andrew, 600 points. David, 700 points. And Ricardo, Bagga. Oreo cheesecake on 2,000 points. That's so much near here, man.
All right, I see the answer, and it is, what is a hammerhead? So hammerhead shark is head shaped like a tool, and that is for 300. That is for 200 points. Sorry. All right, let's see who first came in. Just refresh. Okay, so it started there. Zypai.
Onion Zypai.
I think it's Ricardo. I'm not sure, but welcome, Admat. Happy Friday. So I think it's him, and it is yes, it's Ricardo, upside down face. Ricardo, so this is another name. Will you please give him 200 points, please?
Who?
Ricardo.
Okay.
Yes, he's on the road, so I'm using another account. Shortlife, Andrew, Daniel, my God, my eyes, Rosalie, Dunmel, Semanich, Carton, welcome, Claudette, Lloyd, finished that, yes, and all the answers came in. All right. Joan, you're lagging. You need to refresh your internet. You know, see, wait, Delco gone already. He's busy at work. He says, Ricardo. So you had to run. You send him a circle back. Oh, you're going to farmers. You're picking up chicken for everybody. Make sure you get jerk chicken for everybody, or make sure you get some jerk pork. Oh, Jesus. Choose the next category for how many points, Ricardo. Chocolate for other 2 pounds of pork. One for me and one for my son, yes. And I know, and a 2 pound me want for myself.
Porkies.
Okay, saying animals for 300. This underwater creature is one of the biggest mammals on the planet, but eats only the smallest of creatures on the planet, and it's a double point answer. So this underwater creature is one of the biggest mammals on the planet, but eats only the smallest of creatures on the planet. And it is going to be 600 points for the person who answers that correctly. Right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a whale. So a whale, and that is for 600 points. So let's see who came in with the correct response. Well, ordering jerk chicken, so you better make sure you buy food for everybody. All right, so Ricardo Whale, that's a 600 points. Truck Life, Daniel, Dunmel, Lloyd, chilling, but didn't put what is. I think Joan is still logging. Red also got Whale, but didn't put what is. Done it. All right, and that's how the answers came in. Red also have Whale. Oh, so the pork line long, because them not have no pork ready right now. Jerk chicken there enough, but the line long. Lord Jesus, you make my mouth run water. Make me salivate. All right, so choose the next category for how many points. All right, come, choose the next category. Well, you have links, so you're not join line. Saying maths for
I say links on the pork.
Him sister work there, so him not join line. So math for 300. Liam was playing with some Legos. He used 36 Legos to build. There were 48 left on the floor. Number of Legos Liam began with. So he had He used 36 to build, and there was 48 left on the floor. So how many did he have to begin with? Excuse me, one second. Hold it. How many? Okay. All right, let's see. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is 84. So 36 plus 48 equal 84. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in. Let's see. Okay, it's watching still. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, Ricardo, 84.
Which points?
300. Donmel, who just right behind him. Danielle, Rosalie, Danet, Semene, Cheryl, Vivian, Rel.
So the score as it is: Chuck Life 500 points, Andrew 600 points, David 700 points, Ricardo 2,500 points.
Oh, Vivian was saying there's no audio because Baron was very quiet. All right, Ricardo said Island for 100. All right, so it's you have options again to choose from. So there's not much you can't do here, as it is made up of some 700 islands. This destination has it all, whether you want to go on a luxury holiday, escape to secluded beaches, party all night, island hop, or go on a family trip. There is an island for that here. So, so the options A, Italy, Scopelos, or Bahamas. And you can just put the letters. Just, you don't have to do what is first and then put the letters. You don't have to type out the entire name. Oh, Jesus. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is the Bahamas. So the Bahamas has many islands. All right, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those points. Oh, my run go, I'm not be right. King get the fold.
How will we get them for?
Ricardo, now him go farmers.
Well.
All right, so Andrew for 100 points. Then Truck Life, Rosalie, Andrew for 100 points. Danmel, Semanish, Danielle. Claudette. No, sorry, not Semenisher Daniel. Claudette, sorry. Lloyd, Rel, Cheryl, Vivian. Okay, most people came in with the correct response and done it. So Andrew saying islands for 200. This Caribbean island is popular for a number of things, from the famous Molinaire underwater sculpture park to its idyllic beaches. The island is also the home of nutmeg, and the smell of the spice is always lingering in the air. Andrew for 100 points.
Andrew for 100 points.
So the island is also the home of nutmeg, and the smell of the spice is always lingering in the air. So Grenada, Cape Cocker, or Islands Island. All right. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Grenada? And that is for 200 points. All right, so let's see, it started here. And 100 points, I got 400, then 200.
So they want to score?
600.
You want to score?
Yeah, he added it. Oh no, you're at 700. That's why I kept repeating it.
Okay, so the score.
Distracted there.
The score as it is: Short Life on 500 points. Andrew and David 700 points. Ricardo 2,500 points.
Okay, so Daniel, Dunmel, everybody ran out on that one. All right. All right. Okay, David says he has Andrew says he has 800, not 700. So you missed that 100 somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, please add another 100. Going to dispute that.
800. Okay, so
100, 600. Okay.
Yes,
so
Andrew, I corrected it.
I said the sheet for 100 was left out.
Oh yeah. Yeah. My bad.
All right, so choose the next category and for how many points. You're welcome, Andrew. Okay, did you choose already and I missed it? Okay, so choose. Okay. Who just got it, isn't it, Andrew? So who got it? Oh, sorry. Oh, Jesus. Because it took so long to put down the something. It was distracted. Hold on. That was for 200 points. Let me just go back in here. Sorry about that. So A. So I didn't say who won. Sorry. Let me just go back. So Truck Life.
Short Life one.
Truck Life for 200 points.
No.
Yes.
Short Life.
Then Daniel, Dunmel, Semanish, Rosalie, and everybody, as I said, ran out. So Truck Life, choose the next category. Sorry about that. So math for 400. Derek has 3 times as many baseball cards as his brother. His brother has 25 baseball cards. Derek has this many baseball cards. So he has 3 times as many baseball cards as his brother, who only has 25 baseball cards. How many cards does he have? 1 minute. Let me just run upstairs and get out my water. Jenna? All right, let's see. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is 75? So 25 multiplied by 3 equals 75, because he has 3 times as many and as his brother, and his brother had only 25 cards. He multiplied that by 3. All right, so that's for 400 points. Let's see who picked up those 400 points. So Truck Life for 400 points, then Daniel right behind him, Donmel, Ricardo, Rosalie, Semanish, Lloyd, Cheryl, Rel, Danette, Claudette, Coach Daniel, you're right behind him, man. All right, Chocolate fixing math for 500. Mrs. Pandya had 61 centimeters of ribbon. If she uses 15 centimeters to wrap Kayon's birthday present and 23 centimeters to wrap Mr. Pandya's present, she will have this much ribbon left over. So how much ribbon does she have left over after she uses 15 centimeters to wrap Kayon's birthday present and then 23 centimeters to wrap Mr. Pandya's present? She had 61 centimeters to begin with. So how much is she left with? Little glasses will make a difference. You're right on track, like 400 points. Yes, okay. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is 23 centimeters that should have left. So she began with 61, and you have to add the amount that she used up, which was 38. 15 plus 23 is 38. So you take 38 centimeters from the 61 centimeters, and you're left with and you're left with 23. Yes. Oh my goodness. It's like, what kind of math? Yeah, 23. And that is 500. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. The same won't get shot.
Oh, Andrea Sabaran read the score. So the score as it is: David 700 points, Andrew 800 points, Truck Life 1,100 points, and Ricky Ricardo 2,500 points.
All right. So Truck Life 500 points to Truck Life. Then Sonia 500 points to Truck Life. Then Sonia
500 points to Truck Life?
Yes.
See? Okay.
Then Ricardo, Semanish, Danette, Lloyd, Rel, Cheryl. All right, so that's how the answers came in. And then Truck Life is saying animals for 400. All right, this reptile is the largest lizard on Earth. Name the reptile. This reptile is the largest lizard on Earth. What you're looking at. I'm so distracted. Now I'm draft the bagger. Bagger is in the house.
Bagger.
Let's see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is a Komodo dragon, and that is for 400 points. Let's see who picked up those 400 points. Bagger for 400 points. Then Truck Life.
Bagger for 400 points.
Yes. And Seminish, but then I put the dragon at the end. Truck Life corrected his spelling. Rel, what is Komodo dragon? Okay, and that's how the answer came in. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Come bagger. Okay, island for 500. All right, and it is, this Caribbean island is a lively one that is filled with music, great food, and beautiful beaches. The people here have a thirst for fun, and that is reflected in the many street parties. Dancehall music is amongst the most popular tunes played here in the Caribbean's third largest island. Everybody run out. Everybody run out on that one. All right. Vin, welcome. Happy Friday. All right. I see the answer, and it is, what is Jamaica? And that is for 500 points. All right. Let's see who got those 500 points. All right, so Truck Life first came in. Was B, yep. So Truck Life, Daniel, Andrew.
What are points for Truck Life? Points. 500. Truck Life?
Yep. Yep, B was the option. All right, so Andrew, Rosalie, Danmel, Danet, Samanish, Bagger, Claudette, Lloyd, Cheryl, Rel, Vin also came in. Yeah, we put what is there. All right, so you can read the
So the score as it is: David 700 points, Andrew 800 points, Truck Life 2,100 points, and Ricardo 2,900 points.
Daniel is not ready for the score. Like, in name I go call on the board. Daniel up there. All right. So Truck Life is saying animals for 500. So we're finishing off animals. So that's a double triple treat tonight. You get 3 double point answers. This giant shark is extinct. Name the shark. This giant shark is extinct. Name the shark. And that's a double point answer. Okay, good night, Sonia. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate your continued support and endorsement, and make sure you get some rest and have a wonderful and blessed weekend. Although you said you'll be watching to the end. Thank you so much. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Megalodon, and that is for 1,000 points. So let's see who picked up those additional 1,000 points. So it's a Megalodon. Megalodon. What is? Must be Shema. Baga, 1,000 points. So that's Ricardo.
1,000 points.
Then Truck Life, Andrew, Rel. Okay, Baga, put it back. Truck Life. So what is John? Thanks, Sonia. Then Daniel. All right, so choose the next category. So it's it's one category left now, pardon me. He's saying 300 for Caribbean islands. This French island is spread across 2 main islands and numerous smaller islands nearby. It is a hotspot for foodies and laid-back travelers who want to spend their time doing very little and taking it easy.
Taking it easy.
Which island is it? You have Elkhart, Guadeloupe, Turks and Caicos. So this French, it says French. Look at the clues. French island is spread across 2 main islands and the numerous small islands nearby. It has a hotspot for foodies and laid-back travelers who want to spend their time doing very little and taking it easy. So, name the island. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Remember, I said the clue is French. Andrew? Oh my goodness, did I leave the All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Guadeloupe. French, Turks and Caicos is Dutch. Yeah, Turks and Caicos. Yeah, St. Croix is American. Turks and Caicos is Dutch. Guadeloupe is French. All right, so that's how the answers came in, and it's for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. All right, let's see where it started. So it's 300 there. Okay, it's on the board. I answered twice back to back. Daniel's on the board. B, then Baga.
Much points for Daniel?
300.
What?
Then Truck Life. No one else I'm never ready for the score yet because they're not gonna run up. Truck Life, Samanish, Don Mel, Rel, And done it. Oh, thank you, Danmel, for the correction. He said Turks and Caicos is English. And no, they speak English. All right, and he's saying 400, so he's finishing off. All right, so this Caribbean island is a great choice for travelers on a budget. Though the island has plenty of luxury destinations too, surfing, windsurfing, and days on the beach doing absolutely nothing are just some of the things the island has in store. And it's a double score answer. So you got Brata tonight, you got 3 double point answers or questions, and then have a double score question. So this Caribbean island is a great choice for travelers on a budget, though the island has plenty of luxury destinations too. Surfing, windsurfing, and days on the beach doing absolutely nothing are just some of the things the island has in store. So Barbados, Paloma Bull, or Cuba. Which island is it? It's a double score, so you get 400 points added to your score, and then your score will be doubled overall. Your overall score will be doubled. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is drum roll? The place where they make cuckoo and sauce that I love, Barbados. So the answer is Barbados. And that is A, and that is for 400 points. And then the overall score is going to be doubled, and the board is clean. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Who's going to pick up all those points? Let me slowly go up so I don't miss. Right, so it's time. First on the board with the correct response is Ricardo.
My goodness.
So 400 points added to his score. And then double his score. Thank you. Then Daniel, no. And Andrew, Daniel, Rel, Cheryl, so well. Right, Madu cartwheels. Good night to all. See you all on Eastern Ratigan tomorrow. Okay, Donmel, thank you so much. Have a wonderful and blessed night and a restful weekend. And yes, he'll be there tomorrow. Might not be at the beginning because he's gonna go to work first, and then, but he'll be there. All right, so Byron is tallying up the score.
Okay, so all the boardies. 5th place, Daniel, 300 points. 4th place, David, 700 points. 3rd place, Andrew, 800 points. 2nd place, Chuck Live, 2,100 points. And Ricky Ricardo take it home with 8,600 points.
Yes, so David is saying put it to the 408 digit. All right, 408 beside David, so I know which number to use. So 408. Then you said you're going on the 5th place. You made it on the board, so that's good. Bye. Thank you so much, Semeni Shavo. Wonderful weekend and rest well. Really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you tuning in. Shirley's also good night, man. I thought it's going to shut off. Okay, good night, Cheryl. Thank you so
Blessings,
much.
Cheryl.
Happy Friday to everyone again, and really appreciate each and everyone tuning in. Congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to those who actually answered, because it's a game of speed and the type of internet that you have. Because everybody basically knew the information for most part, and it's just a matter of timing and your internet, how fast you can type. All right, so Carlos is also saying good night. Mr. and Mrs. Thank you so much.
Thank
really
you and
appreciate
blessings.
you being here. So guys, we're not gonna delay because I said I have a headache and my face and stuff hurting anytime that happens. I know I'm coming down with something, but I'm also tired. It's been quite a week. So I am going to say until Tuesday.
Yep.
Tuesday, we might come on a bit later than 6:45 because I've not been able to get the last 4 hours of my shift swapped off yet because I work 12-hour shifts. I only did 8 today because I swapped off the last 4. I did a stat for the last 4. So I haven't been able to sort that. So maybe we'll come a bit later after I leave work. I just don't come straight and we can start. But I'll try and see what I can do still. Still have a couple of days, but I'll send out the notification. Okay, Daniel, I'll send it to your new number. And of course, again, Baron will be on Reason with Ratigan tomorrow. And also, guys, remember to support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. You can find the link, and also there is a barcode, a QR code that you can scan on Ratigan's channel, and you can make the donation there. So yes, it's a good initiative to support, because it's going to be used to do wonderful and meaningful things to help to hold people accountable. All right, so thank you so much, and until Tuesday, safe travel on the gravel. Love you all. Really appreciate each and everyone's support again. Bye.
All right.